as a batsman in T20 cricket, and that's 12 years now. So I'm still mystified as to why he's still in this setup. But stranger things have happened.
Very true. Right, now you've got your ear to the ground. You know everybody at the Kensington Oval, Barry. What's the word on the street? Yesterday evening we were being told we were playing on one pitch, and then today we get there and the stumps have been put in a different one. What's the word on the street? Did they think that this one's better, or are they a little bit concerned that the one we were due to be playing a deciding game of a series on maybe wasn't going to be good enough?
Well, the chief curator is Richard Prof Edwards, the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler, and understanding what they are doing with the pitches here at Kensington, they prepared two pitches that can be played on at the same time of the day. In other words, then, it's not really a massive toss-up as to which one you go with. And this morning they decided to play on the one that they are playing on now, because it looked perhaps much better to them than the one on the left, which they were thinking of playing on, because that was the one they were preparing yesterday. I don't think it's a big difference per se. They look similar in terms of the grasses on the pitch. If anything, I think that this one will perhaps be much better for batting, and that's why when Kieran Porter looked at it immediately, he said, we're going to bat first. Ironically, the England captain said that he would have fielded first. So perhaps Kieran is a bit bold in looking at the pitch and thinking it's better for batting, but to me it does look much of a belter than what we've seen from the other surfaces in this tournament so far.
Alex Tudor, just to pick up the point on the playing surface and whatever, so the shorter boundary today is actually the opposite side, the beach side, whereas the slightly longer one is the main stand where so many of the spectators are. However, the shorter one is it now into the wind, whereas the longer one is hitting with the wind. So in many respects they might actually equal themselves out there, those two, and almost actually be in the middle of the square.
Yeah, that's right, Macca. Not that I reckon it will make any difference whatsoever, because as you say, you know, the way that the lads are now hitting the ball, they're clearing the grounds. But as you say, those little things do come into the captains, depending on the spinners and bowlers and what they're trying to do. When you might bowl short, depending on, you know, the wind and that type of thing, that all comes into the equation. But you know, if you get it slightly wrong with these guys and the strength that the West Indies have and the power they have, low down, as you said, O'Dean Smith coming in at number 9, Hussain coming in at 10. I mean, these guys are clearing the boundaries on a regular occurrence.
I mean, it's worth pointing out that regularly we're talking about sixes being hit 80, 90 metres. The mid-wicket boundaries, the square boundaries, are 63 metres to the short side and 69 metres to the long side. And I use the word long in inverted commas when I'm talking to a former bowler and talking about a 69-metre boundary.
Yeah, it is a pet hate of mine when I sort of go around the grounds now. And
well, you went around a few grounds before.
Hey! Got it in there, Macca. And you know, just see the size of the boundaries now. As I said, we always talk about the size of the bats, the power that these guys have, and they bring in the boundaries. I don't understand why they do it. I know it sort of adds to the razzmatazz and the boundary hitting, but it's going out the ground, so why does it matter? And as you rightly said, you know, the longest boundary is 71 metres. I mean, they're mishits now for these guys, and you know, so just keep the boundaries long and just let them get on with it. It does give bowlers a little bit more edge when, you know, the boundaries are slightly longer. You know, the spinners give it a little bit more air. Bowlers are a little bit more, as you said, they'll throw their hand at saying, okay, try and hit me over there. But when the boundaries are small, they're very reluctant, and that does play a part on a drag down, or you sort of get your Yorker wrong. It's very, very hard.
So, just on Wednesday, this pitch produced 428 runs in the 40 overs that it was played on. So that gives you some idea. Right, so we know the teams and we know the toss. The West Indies have won the toss and chosen to bat. So let's get the latest odds with our friends at 888 Sport.
Form focus on Talksport 2 with 888 Sport. What's your thinking? Download the app today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
And it's Sandro Di Michele joining us once again from 888 Sport. Good evening, Sandro.
Good evening, Macca. How are you?
Very good indeed. We've had a belting series, really enjoyed it, and we've got ourselves a decider.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's come down to this fifth game, as you've said, and we thought at the start of the series we fancied England to win, or certainly the bookmakers did, and the most likely scoreline was England to win the series 3-2. I think that was around the 2-1 favourite. England are favourites for this fifth and final T20. They're 8-13 to win the match. The West Indies 6-5. That West Indies price has come in just a little bit off the back of them winning the toss and choosing to bat, as is the case in Bridgetown. It does seem to favour sides that bat first. We've seen that historically. I think it was really interesting what you said as well about the number of runs that this pitch produced a few days ago. If you fancy both teams to score 200 or more, so both teams to score 200 plus, you could back that special at 10-1, Macca. So maybe one for you if you think there's going to be a bit of a run fest. Kyle Myers was a top scorer last night for West Indies. He's 7-2 to repeat that. And of course, Moeen Ali, the captain, was the top run scorer for England. He is 9-2 to be England's top run scorer again. I'm very much looking forward to this fifth and final T20.
Sandra Di Michele from 888 Sport, thank you very much for joining us. That 10-1, both teams over 200 runs, has probably just got a few people doing that old comedy double take and looking at their speaker as he said that. Yeah, that's what he said. It's now entirely up to you, of course. It is for over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org, but those are the very latest odds with 888 Sport.
Form Focus on Talksport 2 with 888 Sport. Official betting partner of Talksport 2. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
15 minutes to go then to the first ball of the final match of this series. 2 apiece. The West Indies have won the toss and elected to bat. England have made one change. Saqib Mahmood in for Tamal Mills. 2 changes for the West Indies. Fabian Allen and Odin Smith both back into the lineup, with Darren Bravo and Dominic Drakes missing out. This is Talksport 2.
Talksport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Talksport.
Talksport. Download the Talksport app now for online fun, fixture talk and lashings of live football. Football, football, football. Then stick it in your ear. Ouch. Talksport. This is what real sport sounds like.
On DAB+, online, via the Talksport app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England. Direct from the Kensington Oval, Barbados. On Talksport 2.
Yeah, very good evening to you. Welcome along this Sunday evening. We're about 12 minutes away from the first ball and the final match of this T20 International Series. The West Indies have won the toss and chosen to bat. 2-2, of course, this series. The team news, West Indies making 2 changes as they bring back Fabian Allen and Odean Smith. It is Darren Bravo and Dominic Drakes who miss out for them. Kyle Mayers and Brandon King will therefore open the matting. Nicholas Pooran at 3, Rovman Powell, Kyron Pollard, Jason Holder, Fabian Allen, Romario Shepherd, Odean Smith, Akil Hussain and Sheldon Cottrell. 1 change for England. Probably not that much of a surprise that Tamal Mills can't go back-to-back with his injury problems down the years. So Saqib Mahmood is into the lineup for England for Tamal Mills. So it is as you were at the as far as the batting order is concerned. Jason Roy, Tom Banton, James Vince, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston, Sam Billings, Phil Salt, Chris Jordan, Adil Rashid, Saqib Mahmood and Reece Topley. Which means, Alex Tudor, who's with me in the TalkSport 2 commentary box, that of the players that England brought out, only one of them will go back not having played a game, and that will be David Payne. Harry Brook, who officially came out as cover for Sam Billings, as Sam Billings got called up, of course, into the Hobart Ashes Test match. He got a go the other day, but David Payne is the only one who didn't. As we are experimenting as an England side, looking at different combinations, was there a case for playing David Payne this evening, just to have a look at him?
Yeah, Mac, it's a hard one because I'm slightly old school with my thinking, like you don't give caps away, but in this current climate with restrictions and bubbles and that type of thing, and as you rightly say, they have to figure out who they want in their lineup and bowlers and who's going to bowl at the death. And he's a very, very good bowler. I do like what I see with him. He does surprise you. He sort of ambles up, but he's got a very quick arm. He bowls mid to late 80s. He does shape it both ways. Tall bowler. So I suppose they would say, is he quite similar to Reece Topley? But I think it's harsh when you go out there and you haven't done anything, and as I said, you're in that sort of bubble life and you haven't had a game and you're the only player. Listen, I've been on tours where I haven't played a game and it's very, very difficult, and it does beat you down a little bit, but I'm sure he's got people round him say, listen, when your chance comes, just make sure you're ready, and then it's over to you. But I think it would have been nice to just maybe see him play a game or two.
I mean, Jared, in terms of that, if you were working with the England setup, would you be concerned having Payne and Topley in the same side? Bearing in mind, England played a game recently with 3 left-armers, but as we said the other night, 3 different kinds of left-armers. Are Payne and Topley sufficiently different that England could have played the 2 of them if they so wanted?
Probably not. Payne can't really bowl at the death. He went quite consistently in the what was that tournament called? The 100. They promoted it, didn't they? Forgot the name. Apparently, I wasn't their market, but he went quite expensively there. His record at the death is around 9.5 runs, so just slightly worse than what you would expect for average. Doesn't take a lot of wickets at the death either. Very much a power play specialist. That's Topley's main role. I know he can bowl at the end, but that's certainly his main role. I think what they're trying to do, I could be wrong with this, Macca. I haven't talked to Nathan Lehman or anyone involved, but it looks like they're trying to check what their depth chart is. So they obviously want 2 or 3 left-arm seamers in that team for Australia. You would assume that Tamal Mills and Sam Curran and Reece Topley are probably at the top of that tree, and they're probably having a look at George Garton and David Payne sort of behind that in case there's injuries. So they'll have had a good look at him, in the warm-up game. They'll have a good look at him. They'll know a little bit more about him now. And if he's the 5th best left-arm seamer in England, that's pretty good. My guess is he's a replacement for either Sam or Reece. not so much that they need to get that much into him. If they really wanted to know, though, this is probably the game to try him, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because this would be a real pressure-on game. You know, if you wanted to just maybe slip him in a game and have a look at him, then maybe games 2 or 3 is the one. And remember, for game 3, England made 4 changes. It ended up being 5, because that was the game that Owen Morgan actually got injured. But maybe game 2 or 3 was maybe the one to slip him in and actually give him some game practice, because if you've maybe thought about it and planned it out, game 5, always there's the potential of being a series decider. And if he's sat on his backside for the last week, it's then very difficult to throw him in a decider like that, unless you've turned and said to the players early doors, we don't mind the outcome of this series. This is about learning. But when there's a trophy at the end of it, when you're playing with an England shirt, a badge on your shirt, I would find it very hard to think you can turn around to a bunch of players and go, don't worry, lads, this doesn't matter.
You see this a lot in American sports where they have tanking, and the team's often quite tank. The owner wants to tank, the general manager wants to tank, even the coach is like, yeah, we'd like a high draft pick. The players don't tank, right? The players are out there, they're competitive people. That's why they're at the top part of their sport. But these guys, especially, they're playing for England careers, they're playing for IPL careers, they're playing for PSL, whatever they can, 100 contracts. I'd be shocked if they aren't going all out on this, and then they're just naturally competitive people, right? Of course they want to win this series. So I think you can make all those arguments intellectually. I don't think you can really sell them to anyone, which is probably another reason why Payne's not in the side as well. It might have rankled a few of the senior players if he came in.
Well, it's right, because listen, there's definitely situations where if you do play someone and if he comes in and gets forfeit, you've got those situations where you've got individuals, they do take their chance, and it creates more headaches than it does answers, really, because who do we leave out now? And then all the people in the media and everyone like us are saying, well, he has to play. He's just got 4 or 5 for. So sometimes it's like, okay, as you said, it could upset the hierarchy, but if you need a good squad, that's what needs to happen.
Hey, look, it was only a couple of days ago we were talking about the situation with Odean Smith and the West Indies and how people get the hump behind the scenes and you end up with all sorts of issues. You've got to pick your team best, pick your best 11 based on purely the selection and the best interests of the side. Otherwise, you end up with a whole can of worms.
I think the other interesting thing here is, I can't remember, we were looking it up the other day. The other game was the first time England had ever used 3 left-arm seamers in an international match before, right? They're not known for, Pakistan do that on a Wednesday, but, England is not known for that, right? Now we're talking about, I didn't even mention David Willey before, right? When you played Tudes, your whole sort of career span, there probably weren't 5 left-arm seamers who are England quality around. Now you've got guys who are back up. David Willey's a really good player. He's an outstanding player. Not to mention he can bat as well. He can biff the ball around. It's incredible how in a very short space of time, them and the West Indies, because West Indies had 3 left-arm seamers yesterday, they only used 2 of them. Suddenly, everyone has left-arm seamers, even the countries who never used to have it.
Dead right. It's like gold dust. I love a left armer in my team, and as you rightly said, when I was playing, it was only really Moeen Ali, Mark Hylott.
Yeah. There weren't many others, were there?
There wasn't Sheriar from Worcester, went down to Kent. I'm trying to think, side bottom, Hutchinson got a lot of injuries. So there was a few sort of sprinkled around.
That's a long period you're talking there, right?
It's a massive period. But now, as you say, you've got your Gartons and these type of guys who just, back up if someone's injured or a loss of form. You can bring these guys in because they're not just playing county cricket. These guys are going around playing franchise cricket. They're playing in the Bangladesh Premier League, they're playing in the PSL, Big Bash, so they're getting exposure. They're mixing it in other changing rooms, learning off the others. It's only going to improve them. But as we were saying, going back to Macca's question, you give these guys an opportunity and they take it. It's going to create a few headaches, isn't it?
Well, this is actually the series that England have used the most players in T20 terms. They've used 16 players, and it beats the previous record of when they used 15 players in against South Africa in a home series in 2012. So England have been quite happy to use the squad and rotate it and look at it.
Well, I mean, that would have changed, wouldn't it? It had that COVID bubble breach they had recently. They almost used 22 players there, Mac.
Yes. That's a very good point. Right then, so we are just about ready to go. Just a reminder, of course, though, that this is the last game of this series, but in just about a month's time, It'll be back because 3 test matches as England head back there. We'll obviously have the announcement of the test match squad coming up for you shortly. But we will be bringing you...
England.
Well, yes, exactly. England will head back, and Talksport and Talksport 2 will be bringing you every ball exclusively of the test match series. The players are taking a knee, as are the umpires, for the final time in this series. And we're about to get underway. Reece Topley has ball in hand, and he's gone well. 3 T20s away to the West Indies. 3 wickets at an average of 23. Best of 1 for 18 so far in this series. He's going to be opening up. And he's going to be over the wicket to the right-handed Brandon King.
Let's play.
Coming from the 3W stand end, slip in place. In goes Topley. Little bit of swing, hits the pad. There's an appeal from slip for LBW, but that's going a long way down leg side. So we're underway here on Talksport 2, and Alex Tudor, a little bit of shape for the first one.
Yeah, a little bit of shape. He's been very impressive. I remember seeing him as a young man when I was at Essex in the nets, and he was very tall and wiry. He's put a little bit of size on, but he's had a wretched time with injury, so it's just nice to see him back playing on a regular basis and doing well.
In he comes then for the second ball, and again, a little bit of shape back in. Brandon King's trying to play an off drive, I think, there. He takes the inside portion of the bat and runs to James Vincent mid-wicket, and there is no run. Forgot to mention, umpires today, Gregory Brathwaite and Nigel Duguid are our match officials. Patrick Gustard will be on the TV duty, should we need it. Topley turns at the end of the mark. On his way in, bowls over the wicket. Again, some bounce, nice tight line. King in behind that, pushing it back down the pitch to the bowler. Still no run, 3 balls sent down, nothing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, good bowling by Reece Topley, not allowing the batsman any room whatsoever, just tucking him up, bowling that hard length, hitting the top of the bat, the sort of splice of the bat, keeping the batsman honest, just shaping back.
Brandon King waits, bat raised, swings hard at Topley, who gets his hand down in his follow-through, hammered back at the bowler, and it ricochets away into the covers. A single will be taken. Reece Topley probably had his life flash before his eyes for a moment there, because Brandon King, I mean, it was the swing of a man who meant serious business. He lashed it back. It hits Reece Topley on the ankle, actually. His hand was very close to the ball, but not close enough to save, well, the ankle or low shin from getting an absolute pinging, but the West Indies are underway, 1 without loss.
Utter violence that was, Macca. He's at that extreme power. It's quite lucky there, as you said, you know, just maybe top of the ankle, just a little bit of shin. He wouldn't have known, it just hit him.
Be a cherry there later. Absolutely. Right, the left-handed Mayer's on strike. Slip in place for him. Topley left arm over the wicket. That one's a little bit leg-sideish. Takes him on the thigh pad. Will roll to Adil Rashid at short fine leg. And they will take a leg by. 2 without loss. The West Indies, 5 balls of the first over sent down.
It's just the benefit of having a good left-hand bowler in your team, especially ones that can shape it back into the right-hander. The left-hander comes in, just sort of carries on with the arm. Gold dust, especially during these power play overs.
And goes Topley then for the final time this over. Pushed into the offside by King. Seemed to open the face a little bit there. Used the wrist. Gets it to Moeen Ali. And that's the first over done and dusted here on Talksport 2. West Indies winning the toss and batting after the first. 3 without loss. King has 2 and a leg by to go into the book. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, he just continues to impress us, Reece Topley. Bowling a very good length, not allowing the batsman any room whatsoever. Just keeping it nice and tight. Shaping it early on if there's going to be any shape. We know it's only going to happen for the first 2 or 3 overs, and he does use that extremely well. Great start by Reece Topley, great start by England.
Saqib Mahmood back into the side for England today. Played in the first 2 games. Was then not selected for games 3 and 4. 0 for 24 from 3 overs in game number 1. 0 for 45 in 4 overs in game number 2. As he got taken downtown. He's back in, and he will bowl the second over of this match. Slip in place. Oh my goodness, Brandon King's gone after him first ball. He's got this very, very high, and it clears the rope, the fence, and just about everything else. Saqib Mahmood is welcomed back into the England bowling attack by being hit for 6. 9 without loss, West Indies.
Well, this is just going to show you the character of the young man. I think they're going to go after him, especially after his last game, after game 2, when he, as Mac has said, he went downtown his last over for 28, I think it was, 24. And Kings just launched him straight back over long on for an impressive 6. Just sort of, just back of a length. And he's just lifted him. First ball under pressure. What you got, Saqib?
That travelled the distance. He's on his way again. What does Saqib do to respond? Shortish ball. It's a little bit leg side, and Brandon King will be very disappointed that's only a single down to fine leg, because he could have paddled it better. He didn't make grain contact, or he could have just tried to smash the living daylights out of it and taken it on. As it is, it's a paddled single down to Rashid, and the West Indies are 10 without loss.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy he's got away with one there. As you said, King be disappointed that he's not dispatched that. Looked a bit lapsadaisical on that shot, Macca, for me. Just a little bit laid back. And it just sort of maybe just hurried him a little bit. Just going for the single. He'd be happy after the first delivery that went for 6.
Well, he's got Mayers on strike now. In goes Saqib. Right arm over to the left-hander. Mayers has bunted this into the leg side. The 2 men in the circle are Moeen Ali at mid-on and Adil Rashid at short fine leg. So he's got it towards mid-wicket. So it will be a couple for Mayers. So he's underway. 2 from 2. West Indies 12 without loss halfway through the second.
Yeah, they're just going to look to jump on Saqib Mahmood there. These West Indians batsmen, they know it's difficult from the other end, with Reece Topley causing all sort of problems with the shape he's getting.
Mahmood is on his way, running from the commentary box end, and Mayers takes him over the leg side, over square leg, 15 rows back into the stand. Saqib Mahmood, this is a real test of ticker now. 6-1. 2-6 in the 4 balls that he's sent down. He's been taken for 15. That has gone 87 metres with the breeze, and sort of a left-handed Gordon Greenwich about that in a way, but it disappeared over the fence. And Mahmood has got plenty to do now to bring this one back, Alex Tudor.
That's a fantastic cricket shot, Mac. It reminded me of a young Brian Lara in his prime, the way he just sort of lifted up that right leg. It was very dismissive, a little bit disrespectful actually as a fellow bowler. There wasn't much wrong with the delivery. It had good pace. It was back of a length, and he's just picked it up. Fantastic shot, went 87 metres back. West Indies kicking on 18 for none.
Mayers has 8 from 3 balls. Mahmood is in. Mayers is trying to play the same shot again, actually. That one's hurried through, taking him on the thigh pad. And there is no run for the first time this over from Saqib. Well, one thing I think we can say, if you weren't with us right at the start, we told you that the plan yesterday was to use the pitch right in the centre of the square, but that's changed overnight. This is the same pitch that Rovman Powell made his 100 odd on Wednesday. It still looks a good one for batting. I think we can draw that conclusion with the West Indies 18 without loss from the 11 balls that have been sent down. Here comes the 12th one. Mayers clumps his bat onto the ground. You can hear the noise. Waits with it raised for Mahmood. Mahmood is flicked into the leg side. England have got a man out there, but he can't get round. Livingston had the full extension dive, but he can't prevent it going to the boundary. And Saqib Mahmood, welcome back to the international fray, has seen 6 deliveries go for 19 runs. West Indies after 2, 22 without loss. Mayers has got 12 from 5. Brandon King 9 from 7. You're listening to Talksport 2.
Macca, what were those odds again? let me tell you, what a shot that was. Reminiscent of the shot that he played him at ball 3, where he just sort of picked up his right leg and flicked it. That one's slightly fuller, so he didn't get his right leg up as high, but just as dismissive. But as you said, Macca, what it does is this wicket looks good and there's runs in it.
Plenty of them as well. Right, Topley to start a new over, and Brandon King pushing through point. England aren't going to cut that one off. Bill Salt's just going to go back and pick it up from the boundary edge. Everything at the moment the West Indies touch seems to be off the bat is going for a boundary of one description or another. That's played beautifully off the top of the bounce, out through point, and Brandon King with a really good cricket shot collects 4.
Fantastic shot from King. As you said, the over before from Reece Topley, the balls was just coming back into him.
Topley is in again, or Brandon King. Now that is a smear. He's aiming that offside, thick inside edge, and it goes out to Tom Banton, who's sweeping on the leg side boundary for England. It's just a single, 27 without loss. King goes to 14 from 9 balls.
And Topley's first over, he's getting a ball to shape back in. That one just went on with the arm, and King just opened the blade and just pierced sort of backward point, sort of gully on the one, and pierced the field. Fielders just had to turn around and fetch it back. Great start here by West Indies, 27 for none.
Well, the left-handed Mayers now has the leg side boundary, the short boundary, but into the wind. Topley's not going to give him a chance to access it, though, because that one is in and around about middle stump. So Mayers turns it on the leg side. Topley can't get across and cut it off, so they'll take the single. If you can't hit it for 4, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. 28 without loss, the West Indies.
And that's the important thing, and that's what West Indies, I would say, for tournament play would have to improve on. If they do hit more boundaries than anyone else, but what they do is they do have a lot of dot balls, so if in between the boundaries they can rotate the strike.
Topley is in. King's pushing to mid-off. Moeen Ali will do the fielding. Settle for the 1. 29 without loss. 4 balls into the third over.
For me, Macca, that would just elevate them slightly more, because they do eat up a lot of dot balls, because, you know, they're not the greatest of running between the wickets. So if they can rotate the strike with the boundary hitting the power that they have, then we're going to have a very serious West Indies side in this T20.
Reece Topley, 2 balls left in the over. Here's the 5th. Mayers deep in his crease, turning it around on the leg side. Will take 1 out to the edge of the 30-metre circle. Mayers goes to 14 from 7. King, 15 from 10. 30 without loss, the West Indies. A fabulous, fabulous start.
Fantastic start, and you know, sometimes that's been an issue, because as you say, you've got that power that they have going all the way down to number 10, it's going to cause problems.
Topley to finish the over. King drops it into the offside, plays a little bit of tip and run. Phil Salt can't prevent the single taken, so that's 3 gone. So we're halfway through the power play here on Talksport 2. It's 6 overs is the power play in T20. 31 without loss. The highest power play in the series so far is 61 for 1. That was England in game 3. So at the moment, the West Indies are halfway there with power to add. Just gives you an idea. But the West Indies, by the way, best power play was 56 without loss in last night's game. That just gives you a bit of a pointer as to where we are for this game this evening.
It's been interesting to see what Captain Moeen Ali does. Does he give Saqib another goal, or does he get Chris Jordan on? He wouldn't want to be bowling his spinners at this time. If he's under pressure, well,
he's taking it on the chin. He's going to go himself, Moeen Ali. And, well, he's going to step up. He's quite happy bowling at this stage of the innings. And Moeen Ali will bowl right arm over off spin to the right-handed King and beats him, actually. Hurries on through. King doesn't get anything on that. Sam Billings takes behind the stumps. Didn't really grip that much. Did just enough. Moeen Ali in once again. Oh, down the pitch! And Sam Billings has missed the stumping. That did turn. That has turned big between bat and pad. Billings isn't able to take it. With his hand movement, he's actually taken the bails off, but unfortunately for him, he didn't have the ball in his hands, and King survives. He'd have been stumped by 2 yards then. He was miles down. Yeah,
great delivery by Mo, tempting King down. The purchase on the ball, fantastic. Great scene presentation.
Moeen Ali in once again. King stays at home this time, off the back foot, pushes back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. That did turn though, didn't it, Jude?
It did. And Sam Billings, we disappointed. He really should have grabbed it, hit his right hand. Maybe he's just a little bit anxious to get it really, really quickly, but King was far down the wicket.
Moeen Ali in. King has absolutely scythed that to the onside. Phil Salt does the fielding out on the cow corner boundary. It's just a single, 32 without loss. That wouldn't be out of place on the village green on a Sunday afternoon by your local blacksmith. I mean, that was a proper agricultural hack at that one. Moeen Ali, though, has done a job. After the previous over from this end went the distance, it's now 4 balls have gone for a single. Mayers, the left-hander, on strike. What's he going to do? Moeen Ali around the wicket to him as the sun comes out. That's leg side-ish. It's probably brushed the thigh pad on the way through. Saqib Mahmood will do the fielding, and it is a leg by. 33 without loss. Brings the right-handed King back on strike. To finish the over then. The 4th of the innings. Moeen Ali in. It's down on one knee is King on this occasion, sweeping around to the leg side. It's straight to Adil Rashid at short fine leg though, and that's a great over from England's point of view. 2 runs off the over, only 1 off the bowling of Moeen Ali, and 33 without loss is the score for the West Indies. Of course, you can tune in to TalkSport 2 every Tuesday evening for our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective. Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison review the week's biggest stories, and if you miss it when it gets out on the radio, you can also download it as a podcast on the Following On feed. If you want to listen to it live, well then get the TalkSport app, because you can simply flick left or right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, so you can choose what you want to listen to. Just go to your podcast provider of choice and download it from there if you haven't already. 33 without loss, the West Indies from 4 here on TalkSport 2. And Chris Jordan coming into the attack. Good call for you, Alex Tudor?
Yeah, he was good the other night. Very good. So when his confidence is high is when you see the best of CJ.
On his way in from the 3W stand end in. Short, pulled away, out towards mid-wicket, and Phil Salt can't get around. Chris Jordan just pulled that one down short. Mayers wasn't going to miss out. Lashes it away through mid-wicket. 37 without loss.
Yeah, not a great start by CJ. Just bowling it halfway down. Mayers jumping all over that. And as a bowler, you know, I always talk about getting out of your over, but when you start your over, you want to start it well, because when you do go for a boundary, you always feel like you're trying to clutch it back, and in doing so, you can sort of mess with your line and length a little bit. You'll be under pressure this over.
Mayers waits for Jordan. Jordan in. That's better. Dead straight, and Mayers says simply, OK, I'll just defend that and push it back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, good length, good line, not giving any width. That's where you want to be. Just need to mix it up as well. You don't want to be predictable, especially in this format of the game. It looks like a good wicket, this Macca.
You got your bowler's head on, you're getting worried already, haven't you? Short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on inside the circle on the leg side as Jordan goes in, and that is leg side-ish, and Mayers has got underneath this again on one leg, and it goes away for 6. The over has gone 4-0-6. West Indies 43 without loss, and Mayers 24 from just 11 balls.
Yeah, I think he quite likes that shot, doesn't he, Macca? The old lift the leg. I just said it's like the reverse of, if you can imagine, listeners, Gordon Greenidge in his prime, when he used to put all those lashes on the England team, when he got that double 100 at Lords, when David Gower gave England, what was it? I mean, West Indies 300 odd in a day, and they got it very easily. What a shot that was. He does get up and underneath it extremely well with that breeze, clearing the boundary easy.
Yeah, that was into the wind, that one, but it made no difference. This one is fuller, in towards the toes, flicked into the leg side. Salt's going to have to go around to his right hand side again, and he will cut it off, but they will take a couple. The throw back in to the wicket-keeper isn't actually the best of throws, but they don't take any extras. 45 without loss. Jared Kimber.
If you're listening to this and thinking, this Kyle Mayers is good, why haven't they picked him for a long time? Well, coming into this series, he was averaging 18 in T20 cricket with a strike rate of 115. But But it's worth saying that coming into first-class cricket, he was averaging about 25, and then his first test he made 200.
Chris Jordan, right arm over. Mayers on the back foot, hammers it to point, straight to Liam Livingstone. They do have a cover sweeper. It's a single, 46 without loss.
That 200 was in the fourth innings in Bangladesh, which is more than 200 really, for what it's worth. It's fair to say that his batting has gone through a bit of a late bloom. He was a bowler, actually, for the longest time. He still bowls a little bit, although they didn't use him the other night, but bowls left arm seam. But just incredible what he's managed to do. He's 27 off 13. I think he was about 40 off 22 the other night as well. And there's absolutely no sign of him doing really anything that spectacular until he's about 26 or 27.
There's rain in the air. Chris Jordan is going in to bowl in sunshine, but it's blowing on the breeze. King has turned this one around the corner to square leg, and they will take a single. So the over is completed. 14 runs have been scored from it. So the first block of 5 is done and dusted. King has 18 from 17. Mayers 27 from 13. The players are staying out. Don't worry about that too much at the moment. The West Indies 47 without loss. They're going at 9.4 and over. Mine and Alex's first commentary stint is done and dusted. So let's get you to Barry Wilkinson and Steve Harmison on Talksport 2.
Oh, lovely sunshine, as a matter of fact. Just a bit of a spray, a bit of dust coming over the ground, but beautiful weather and a tremendous atmosphere here at Kensington, as the West Indies team actually are getting the power play right. Here comes Moeen Ali now to bowl to King, and King is hitting this in the air, out to long on, over long on. That's gone for another 6. Well, they should have stumped him when they had the chance, because I think King is going to make them pay for that little blunder. He's moved on to 24 from 18, 2 6s and a 4, and the West Indies actually look good, Steve Harmison.
They do look good, they look very good. But again, England guilty of another over starting with a boundary. I think that's 4 now. We've had 5.1 overs so far. And 4 of them overs have started with a 6 or a 4, so batsmen are looking on this good surface to put the England bowlers under pressure. It's been a fantastic start. Saki Mahmood was put under pressure right from the ball, right from ball 1. Brandon King hit a beautiful shot, controlled shot over the top towards where we're sitting right now in the Malcolm Marshall end. And Myers picked up where he left off, and literally picked up where he left off, because that seems to be his shot. He's pick up pull, beautiful shot, and he's utilised that leg side 3 or 4 times so far in this innings.
Well, here comes Ali again. He's got the ball ready and willing to roll again, and this delivery is just down the leg side and turned out to the mid-wicket area, where he's just going to pick up a single. Brandon King to move quite along through 25, 54 without loss in over number 6.
What we have to say, Barry, is this is a belter. This is an absolute belter of a pitch. It's a beautiful surface.
As this delivery from Ali is short inside the line of the off stump, get us in turn and played out to the cover area. There's no run. That's the exact word I used when Macca asked me how the pitch looks. I said it looks a belter.
It is a belter, and every time a seamer seems to be hitting it, the West Indians seem to be belting it.
Well, they
belting it off walls again.
I think they need about 180, 200 would be the par score based on the pitch and the surface, as Ali comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is down the leg side and turned behind square. Can't score. Reece Topley is there in the backward square leg area, and there is no run. Crowd kept quiet at the moment as the wind blows across here at Kensington. Lovely atmosphere as Ali spins the ball from hand to hand, passes the umpire again and bowls. This delivery is short and cut away. That's going to go down to the backward point boundary. That's 4 runs. This has been a bit expensive there from Moeen Ali. He's usually tight. He outfoxed Brandon King in his last over, misstumped, and now King and Mears making England pay dearly for that error.
That wasn't a bad ball by Moeen Ali. That was in the round sort of off stump, but just a good shot, quick hands by Mears.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Mears, and Mears gets a delivery that's down the leg side. He looks to whip it, doesn't time it, comes off the pad and goes down to backward square. There's no run. 6 overs gone here in Talksport 2. The West Indies winning the toss, batting first, and so far they're going great guns. 58 without loss after the power play. Here's Steve Harmison.
Excellent power play from the West Indies. Brandon King 25, Mears 31, and it's been a one where England will be disappointed. Sam Billings didn't take the stumping. I think if Mears had been on strike for the second over, Moeen Ali would have took the second over as opposed to Saqib Mahmood. Saqib Mahmood takes it and goes for 19. So all in all, power play number 1 has been won by the West Indies, and this is where last night the game changed. Adil Rashid came into the attack, bowled along with Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone, and for 7 overs the game changed and England put the squeeze on the West Indies.
Well, Rashid comes to win his first ball and bowls, and this one is outside the line of the off stump. You're correct, there was King looking to force it unnecessarily. Luckily for him, he missed it, and it was there stopped by Billings rather than taken by Billings. There's a slip in the backward point, there's a sweeper, extra cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket on the boundary, backward square on the boundary, and a short fine leg. Here comes again Rashid and bowls, and this delivery is whipped away down to the short fine leg. They're going to get a single, that's all there'll be. Mahmood is there, and the West Indies move on merrily along to 59 without loss, and over number 7.
Good run and good rotation of strike from Mears and King. Good call by Kyle Mears. One criticism of the West Indies, I think, their side, has been their running between wickets and rotation of strike in recent years.
Rashid again and bowls to Mears. Mears gets the ball on the line of the middle stump, spin it back into him, plays it back along to the bowler who fields his own bowling. No run.
I don't think there's been any question on the West Indies' power being able to hit 6s and 4s, but I think the rotation of strike has been something that has let them down, and this innings so far it's been fantastic.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Mears, and Mears is pulling in the air. This is a chance for a catch here. Jason Roy is getting under it, takes the catch, throws it back in because he goes over the boundary, and that's still going to be a dismissal, even though I think they're going to go upstairs. There was Roy getting the ball, gliding to him. He actually ran it a bit too far, then he caught himself, went back, took the catch, found out he was just over the rope, jumped over the rope with the ball in his hand, threw it to Salt, who was standing about 10 metres, and in the end I think that's a well executed combo for a dismissal. They're going upstairs, but Mears has gone off the field.
Yeah, I think Kyle Mears knew that was out, not a problem. Phil Salt will take the catch and be credited with it, but a great assist by Jason Roy, who going to the shorter side where the party stand is and the beach is. That's into the wind, and I think when the ball went up in the air, Jason Roy knew Kyle Mears hadn't quite got a hold of it, so he's ran in thinking it was a comfortable catch, and then all of a sudden it's just held up into the wind. Just seen a replay again, reading Jason Roy's lips. He said, I wasn't sure where I was, so I thought best to throw it, and he did. Great decision, great execution, fantastic bit of work between the two England fielders, and West Indies of leaving out Darren Bravo, sending their intentions of all the way down to Akeal Hussain, as we've seen on this picture of the night, number 10, big 6 hitters, that they're going from the start for 20 overs.
So it's going to be Rashid now, bowls to King, and King gets the ball, he's whipping out to the mid-on area, should have just get one. The new batsman is Romario Shepherd, and I would have to tell you, he could probably come and score 100 here. I don't know if this was the right move to send in Romario Shepherd now.
I just think that they're possibly thinking about not letting Adil Rashid bowl and let him bowl. They're going to go and go down the more aggressive route.
Here comes Rashid and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is wrapped in the pad. It's an appeal for LBW, a very optimistic appeal. 7 overs gone here on Talksport 2, 60 for 1. I would have sent in Romario Shepherd to pitch it perhaps if they lost an early wicket in the power play, or early 1 or 2, because he's the kind of man that can shake it up with only 2 fielders out. You still have to play proper cricket to get 200 runs. You don't have to do anything wild. And I'm a bit surprised that Rovman Powell, who just slammed the 100 on Wednesday and is your genuine batsman, and you've kept him and pushed him down the order to promote Romario Shepherd, who is known to swing it. No need for that.
I can't believe Nicholas Pooran hasn't come in. 27 in the first game, 24 in the second game, 70 in the third game, 22 in the fourth game. Somebody who is a natural batsman, quick with his feet, quick with his hands, facing a bowler who turns the ball both ways, who has the big hitters have really struggled to pick. Brandon King struggled to pick him last night.
Livingston bowls to King. King is driving pleasantly down to the long off for an easy single. He actually jogged it. So the spin is on. There's something about Livingston. I mean, perhaps it's how he looks, but he just reminds me of Stuart Broad. I mean, there's just something about him. I don't know what it is. Here he comes into our bowls, and this one is tossed, and this tossed out to long on. Is it gone over long on? It has. That's gone for a 6. That was a gift in January when Christmas was last month. A full toss.
That's a full toss. That's a free hit, really, for somebody even of Romario Shepherd, scheduled to come in at number 8 or number 9. The bat speed, the power that these boys have got and possess. A low full toss like that with the bats they've got now. Well, I'm sorry, that's a free hit. Liam Livingston.
Come on, Livy.
Knew straight away. Seen the expression on his face. He's disappointed. Literally, the second he let go of that, he knew where that ball was going to end up. Bouncing off the wall.
Yeah, that was really a free hit, as you would say. 67 for 1 and over no 8. Here comes Livingston in again now and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd gets the ball that's wide and down the leg side. Lucky for him, he made contact with the pad, because that could have been signal wide had it just gone through.
That's better from Livingston. He's finished his action off there. The ball before, he didn't finish it off, and it's given a low full toss. That one drifted into the leg stump.
This time Shepherd is coming down the pitch looking for a big whack. Missed it. Billings took off the bails, but I think he should be safe. I don't even think they're going upstairs.
That one was given some flight, given some air, landed perfectly on a good length. Just bounced, if anything.
Great bounce, Libby! Great bounce, Libby!
Shepherd lost all shape, all base.
Not far away, Libby.
Don't think he was looking at the ball when he was trying to hit it there.
Here he comes again, balls to Shepherd. This time he's getting this one outside the offs. He's getting it, peeling up the edge of the bat, and it goes to short third man, and he's out caught.
Again, we see carbon copy of the ball before. That one from Mario Shepherd. Missed it. This one, less spin on the ball, less revolutions on the ball. It was a bit like there's like a seamer's slower ball at the back of the hand, just looped towards him, basically saying, you've got to put all the pace and the power on it, because he loses his shape and loses his balance. Manages to get a thick outside edge, and it carries to the edge of the 30-yard circle. That short third man, and a good catch by Saqib Mahmood. Pooran comes in, and I'm thinking, why didn't you come in 5 or 6 balls earlier? Because the way Nicholas Pooran moves, shape, quick feet, quick hands, it's about rotation of strike and getting Brandon King on strike rather than looking for the big power of the boundary.
Yeah, well, as I indicated to you, that was a nonsense move to bring in Romario Shepherd. Made no sense.
I could understand it. I could understand it if the seamers were on and they were looking to put pressure on seam bowlers, but I think the way Rashid, Ali and Livingston bowled last night, I think Nicholas Pooran, the way he is as a batsman, he's a proper batsman, I think he would pick the spin bowlers better and he would rotate a lot better.
Here he comes in again and bowls, this time to Nicholas Pooran, who's looking to sweep. They're peeling and they're given the long stretch hands instead of the finger. It's a wide.
Just drifted down leg side. Liam Livingston thought it's hit the pad, but it didn't look as though it did. It looked as though it went straight through.
Here he comes again and bowls to Pooran. This time Pooran is getting the ball down to short fine leg. They're going to steal a single, and that's a good run to end the over. A successful one for England. 69 for 2 after 8 with King on 28. Pooran has got 1. Don't forget to join the conversation on Talksport 2. Of course, I'd like to know where you're listening from this evening. With the Talksport app, you can listen anywhere. So we must have some strange ones. Indeed. Please, wherever you are, just tell us where you are, and we'd love to hear from you here on Talksport 2. So 69 then for 2. King on 28, Pooran on 1. Steve Harmison, how does it look from this vantage point in terms of England slowing things up in the last couple of overs?
Yeah, England just slowed the run rate down. It was a good power play by the West Indies. Romario Shepherd's experiment, I don't think worked. for the West Indies, and it's now about similar position they were in last night. That Brandon King and Nicholas Pooran have to rotate the strike better and wait for the bad ball of the slower bowlers that England will be looking to put the squeeze on.
Here comes Rashid now and bowls, and this delivery is hit in the air, out to mid-on, chance for catch, no, gone, 6. That was a miss-hit, but he still had enough on it to get it over the boundary, Nicholas Pooran, and that's his first 6, and the Windies now go to 75 for 2 in over number 9.
Yeah, he wasn't quite out the middle of the bat, but he's looking to hit it straight. So when you look to hit it straight, and if you don't get it quite right, there's more margin for error in the ball landing with not anywhere near a fielder, so more calculated risk there by Nicholas Pooran.
Here he comes in again, Rashid, and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time gets a good delivery on the line in the middle stump. They're going to steal a single, the throw comes in, not the best of throws, allowing for the run, and that takes the score to 76 now for 2. The West Indies would recognise that if they look at the starts they've had recently in T20 cricket, the partnership between of course Brandon King and the left-handed Kyle Mears, this has been their best partnership in T20 cricket over the last 6-7 matches.
Hey, ball, Rash.
This delivery again turned into the onside. They get 1. They're going to come back for the second. No, just 1 run. 77 then for 2 in over number 9.
Excellent fielding from Chris Jordan, Liam Livingston, 2 of England's better fielders, but good intent by the West Indies. Put the ball in the gap, ran, looking to run hard. That's what you've got to do against Rashid. If you can't get boundaries, you can't just stay down one end and get stuck.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and leaving a short and cut away down to the backward point area. That's just 1 run. Pooran moving nicely along. He's got 9, 78 for 2 in over number 9.
Good encouragement there from Sam Billings. Fielders go out in the deep for the right-hander.
This one is wrapped in the pad as an appeal for LBW. Down the leg side, no chance there. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite recognising that it was indeed no chance and said not out.
Just drift from Adil Rashid, drifting down the leg side. Good ball. Brandon King looking to try and hit it too square. He needs to be a lot straighter than that.
This one is driving back to the bowler Rashid. No run, 9 gone, 78 for 2. England have done well in the last 2 to 3 overs. I think they've stopped the run, Steve Harmison. And even though we saw 6 and a couple of runs in between, the power play was the West Indies' most effective moment. But other than that, England have definitely just dried the runs up a little bit.
Yeah, the 2 experienced campaigners of Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali. Rashid's bowled 2 overs for 11. Moeen Ali bowled 2 overs in the power play for 12. Just dragged England back into the contest. The West Indies will be happy with where they are right now. Not too much damage on the wicket department. A lot of power inside the dressing room, waiting to come in. And again, they're still trying to rotate and go through the tough passage like they did they didn't do well last night.
Ali bowls to Pooran. Pooran gets a single, playing the ball forward of square. So Ali brings himself back. 2 overs he's bowled, 13 runs he's conceded, and that included a 6. So he's bowled well. Moeen Ali, the standing captain. We really hope that Owen Morgan can get back to full fitness soon. I know he will want to be back there to prove his detractors that he still has a place in this team. I think he does. He's just had a pretty bad 12 to 18 months. Here comes Ali, comes in again and bowls to King, who gets a short ball that is pulling viciously. That's gone for 4. Just between the area of where a long on and perhaps a mid-wicket on the boundary would be. He got it in the gap. He pulled it so hard and so quickly, none of the fielders running around had a chance.
Good shot by Brandon King. Give himself some depth in his crease, fast hands. Hit the ball powerfully through sort of wide mid-wicket. Placement was very, very good. And if you rotate the strike well between left and right-hander, when you get something that you feel as though you can go at, you feel as though you're in a better frame of mind, a more positive frame of mind to execute the shot better. If you're blocking it and it's dot ball after dot ball, feel the pressure of trying to hit the boundary, and sometimes you just lose your shape.
Down the leg side, should be signal wide, it is.
And that's what happens. Then you put pressure on the bowler. Because the rotation of strikes good, you get the boundary away. Pressure goes onto the bowler to make a mistake like Moeen Ali did there.
Comes in again, a ball short, cut away, straight to cover. A bit of a blunder there, but I don't think they'll risk running there to Livingston. He was pretty quick onto it, and there is no run. Billings has just given his advice, perhaps telling Moeen Ali, keep it on the off step. They perhaps see a little weakness there from Brandon King. Here comes King in again and bowls. This delivery is tossed up. Very well bowled there from Moeen Ali. King is forced to defend and plays it in the offside, and it was no run.
Now, Sam Billings there was talking to the umpire. He was telling the umpire to get the batsman to hurry up because we're having a little chat in the middle.
This one is outside the line, the off step again. They're going to get a single this time to Livingston. He is a bit deep at the cover area, and it allowed them to get that run. So 85 then for 2, with King on 34 now. Puran has got 10. Earlier we saw Kyle Mears was caught by Salt off of Rashid for the 31, and Shepherd caught by Mood off of Livingston for 6. As this delivery is short, turn into the onside. Will they get 2? They'll get a single for sure, out to mid-wicket, and that's all there would be. So the overs ended. Halfway stage, Steve Harmison, 86 for 2. The West Indies winning the toss and batting first, and when you consider that we've had Topley 2 overs for 11, Mahmood is bowled 1 over for 19, Ali is bowled 3 for 20, Jordan is bowled 1 for 14, and Rashid is bowled 2 for 11. All things considered, you would have to say that even though the West Indies got 86 on the board at the halfway stage, it could have been much worse because they were gunning for about 110, 112 if they were continuing at that opening rate they were going in the power play.
I think it's even Steven for the first 10 overs. First 5 belong to the West Indies. Second 5 definitely belong to England. And again, the 2 experienced bowlers. Moeen Ali at this stage probably bowled 1 more than he would liked. And I think that's largely down to the first over from Saki Mahmood going for 19. I think Moeen would have been like to have 2 up his sleeve from now on, but he's got 3 from Livingston, he's got 2 from Rashid in the last 5 overs of the game. Chris Jordan's only bowled 1 over, but I think it's an even contest at this moment in time. I think the West Indies have batted well in the power play, and they've just started to rebuild again with Nicholas Pooran, who probably should have come in at number 3. Just don't understand why Shepherd come in and chewed up 5 balls for 6 runs when it was time for Pooran to come in and use his skill and his class. He's a class player, little guy, fast feet, quick hands, and I think that was what was needed at this time against England's 2 experienced players. So I think all in all, I think both teams see Phil Simmons out in the middle with the 2 West Indies batsmen and the 2 12th men, and I think he will be saying, just keep building, boys. You know the artillery we've got inside the dressing room. We're in a good position, we've given ourselves a good foundation, we are in a strong place. 195 is around about what the total will be looking for. And if you can give us 2 or 3 more overs of 7, 8, 9 and over, with the power that we've got coming in, you know, we should feel as though we can get to that par, if not above par score. England, on the other hand, I think we'll be saying, Moeen Ali will be saying more the same for the last 5 overs. Can we squeeze? Can we get that wicket to break this partnership? And when the new batsman comes in, take a pace off the ball and make sure it's very, very difficult to hit boundaries. Stop them from hitting boundaries. We ramp the pressure up on what is a very, very good surface.
So the water cord has gone off and we're ready to resume. Livingston's actually switched ends, and he's going to be bowling from the Joel Garner end now, and that means that with his change of arm, he's bowling to the left-handed Pooran, so he's going to be coming around the wicket. He's changed up the field a lot too from this particular end. There's no slip, there's a short third man, there's a backward point to sweeper, extra cover, as this delivery is plundered out to the extra cover area. No run, straight there to the captain, Moeen Ali. Jordan is at long off. We've got a long on. We've got a mid-wicket on the boundary. Very straightish. Back with square leg on the boundary. This one is short and cut away. It's going to go quite close towards the boundary, but it wouldn't get there. Very well fielded in the end. And that's just going to be a couple of more runs there for the West Indies.
Yeah, good bowling by Liam Livingstone. Good fielding by Tom Banton. It's 2 balls so far after drinks with no boundary. England will be looking, if they stop the boundary tide, they feel as though the pressure will be on the West Indies.
Delivery that's short down the leg side, turned back with a square for 1, and that's all there'll be. 89 for 2. We've just been joined in the box by the minister responsible for tourism in this lovely island, Barbados, the Honourable Senator Lisa Cummings. And it's a joy to have her. Perhaps we might have her on Talksport and tell us about the beautiful island and how wonderful Barbados looks. If Barbados looks like this in a pandemic, imagine when things are normal. My goodness me. As this delivery from Livingston is short and tugged away. This is in the air though. Chance for catch. Jordan settles under it and the Belgian boy takes it. And the West Indies lose another. Just when they were trying to recover. 89 now for 3 as King is gone. Caught by Jordan off of Livingston for 34. And like I said, the pressure has been telling just a little bit on the West Indies. Yeah, that's just pressure from... And it was a poor ball by Liam Livingstone. It was a drag down. Not one that Brandon King will enjoy seeing again. England have managed to... The first 4 balls after drinks, dot balls, pressure on the West Indian batsmen. And because of no boundary after drinks, Brandon King's got a ball which you'd have felt he could have put anywhere in Barbados. And unfortunately, he's hit the ball down the throat of a Belgian. Chris Jordan takes a nice catch. Didn't have to work too hard at it. Man of his calibre. And the West Indies just teetering now as the West Indian captain comes to the crease. 10.4 overs at 89 for 3. Yeah, this is going to be an important innings for the captain, Kieran Pollard, because a lot has been made about his captaincy recently, the strange decisions that he has made, and also the fact that many people believe that he's been more of a franchise player than a typical West Indies kind of dominant player, and his average reflects that. He only averages 25 after so many years at this level. So, you know, a lot has been asked of Kieran Pollard, and he really has a lot to prove still for the West Indies. I get that, I really do, and I think stats do tell stories, that you can have stats to tell whatever story you want to make. But since I've seen, especially close up in this series, of Kieran Pollard leading this side, I think he looks as though he's a terrific leader. So things from what's happened in the past, from a stats point of view, I'd actually look and put it to one side at this minute in time, and I think view him from here on in. First delivery is just on the line of the leg stump and flicked away out to the mid-wicket area. He'll just get 1, and that's all there'll be. So Pollard is off the mark. Is 90 for 3 now, as 1 ball is left over at number 11. Beautiful day here in Barbados. Nice sunshine, just a bit of a clouds. Not too steamy. We've had some very cold nights recently. I know that you'll laugh at that, Steve, because cold nights to you are like nothing. But here comes Livingston in again and bowls and Turan looking to turn the ball in the onside. They're going to steal a leg by to forward of square, and that 1 will take the total now to 91 in over number 11 at the end of the over. It's another opportunity here for the England side to regroup and perhaps try and limit the West Indies with anything under 150. I'm chuckling when you say cold nights, Barry. Cold nights here, that's still short flip-flops and a t-shirt. There's roofs blowing off, buildings, trees blowing over in parks, and it's freezing cold in England. I'm sorry, I'm not gloating. I go home tomorrow. I'm looking forward to going home tomorrow. But when Barry Wilkinson says cold nights in Barbados, I don't think I've headed for the cardigan, never mind the duffel coat. It's been a fantastic trip to this beautiful island. It really has. It always is. And not only has the weather been fantastic, the cricket's been unbelievable as well. Rashid has switched ends and bowls to Puran, and this time Puran is driving into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area for 1, and that will take the total to 92 for 3. The run rate has dropped from 9.6 to 8.24, still going well, but they will just want to continue to put their foot on the gas. That's undoubtedly how the West Indies will want to move. They will want to get 200 runs here. Anything under that on this belter is going to be trouble for them. So let's see if they can actually get that target going. As the sun continues to soar down here in Bridgetown, Barbados. All of our listeners here on Talksport, don't forget we've got live commentary of the NFC Championship game tonight at 11:30 on Talksport. It's the LA Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers. Make sure you're in tune to that. I know John Jackson's getting himself ready for that particular game.
Russia!
With just about half an hour, 45 minutes left before the innings comes to a close, as Rashid continues down, comes in and bowls to Pollard. Pollard gets a short ball, looking to pull, misses it, doesn't time it at all, and it's taken there by the keeper. There is no run. If you're listening online on our smart speaker but need to be on the move, you can listen to us on the free Talksport app, where you can swipe between both Talksport and Talksport 2. It's available now everywhere you get your apps. As Rashid, back here in Barbados, comes in again and bowls to Pollard, and Pollard gets a short ball, turns it behind square. They'll get one. Will they come out for the second? I don't think so. But Rashid at this end has not, to me, been as effective as he has been from the Joe Garner end.
No, he hasn't, but I think this is the beauty of Moeen Ali's captaincy. I think because of the pitch is so good, I think he wants to not get a bowler lined up and bowling 2 overs in consecutive overs, so I think that's what Moeen Ali's plan is.
Again, tossed up, just an easy single, a gentle push by Puran, who's gone now to 16 from 12, and that takes his total now to 94 for 3.
That's the beauty about this game on a great surface. The art of captaincy comes into question, and how you manoeuvre your bowling attack.
Comes in again and bowls to Pollard, and Pollard this time is turning the ball in a very test match fashion. Usually you see Kyron Pollard pulling those balls or whacking them over long on, but he's been sedated. He has not been able to free his arms as he would like, and he's just getting another single to move to 3 from 4. The West Indies trying to get to 100. They're 95 for 3. They slow down a lot. Here comes Rashid in again and bowls to Puran, and Puran gets a full delivery, driving it straight to cover. No run there for him on that occasion to end the 12th over. It's 95 for 3. The current projection is 158. They'll need to get, though, to something more like 175, but for that to happen they need to start going at 10 and over. They're now just going just under 7, or just about 7, and that might just not be enough to get them to where they want to be.
Yeah, but Karen Pollard and Nicholas Puran, the experienced campaigners now in T20 cricket, I don't think they'll be panicking too much. They'll probably wanted maybe another 2 or 3 runs more off that Adil Rashid over, but it's another one ticked off for Adil Rashid. I think England, the West Indies will be looking to cash in on when the seam bowlers come on. From England's seam bowlers come on to really try and put them under pressure on this good surface. I think Adil Rashid, why we've seen Karen Pollard be a little bit more cautious, not looking for the big shots, it's probably because he doesn't need his team to be under any more pressure. 94 for 5 now with Pollard back in the dressing room, and then that really puts the middle to lower order of the West Indies under pressure. So I imagine Pollard's just feeling his way and getting himself ready for the onslaught at the end, knowing he's got a few more in the dressing room that can clear the boundary.
Chris Jordan has also switched ends. Here he comes in on bowls to Pollard, who's turning the ball out to the mid-wicket area. They hustle the first, and that's all they'll get. Jordan has had perhaps a bit of an indifferent series. Didn't play the second game, played the first, but he's batted better than he's bowled in this series. And from an England point of view, I think they will want it switched around. They will want him to perhaps be more sharper with his bowling and more effective as a strike bowler.
I thought he bowled well yesterday. I really did. I thought he turned a little bit of a corner to death yesterday, where it was the middle over. It was exactly this time last night. He bowled a very, very good over in the middle of when the spinners were bowling. He bowled a couple of good Yorkers, which give him confidence to nail his Yorkers at the death. So I actually thought he bowled very, very well yesterday without having the glamorous figures. He had 0 for 30.
He comes in now, bowls to Puran, and Puran is cutting straight to the fielder there. The captain, Moeen Ali, no run for him. So you put the runs into context as to how things have slowed up. The West Indies scored 66 in the power play. That was in the first 6. And between overs number 6 and over number 13, they've only scored 30.
And that was the story of last night. That's what cost them the game last night, in my opinion, chasing the England total. And that's where England's experience is in that middle period.
Jordan in again and balls to Puran, and Puran is on driving. Just a little tickle out to the long on area for 1 run. And again, the West Indies moving up in singles. We're into over number 13. It's 97 for 3. And like I said, the projection of 155 looks more apt now than it ever has. Just wondering if we might see Odin Smith perhaps being promoted in the order as well, to get the flurry of 4s and 6s going.
There's a guy on Wednesday night on this pitch got 107 or 50 odd balls. He ain't been in yet, so
you're right. Forgot him. This delivery again, on driven by Pollard, almost like a test match with the rotating strike. I don't think they've treated Robin Paul well, because he should have come in. He should have been batting at number 3, where we saw Romario Shepherd coming in.
Yeah, I get that one. I know you didn't agree with Shepherd coming in, but I think the intent was right from the West Indies to go and try and put pressure on the England's bowlers, slow bowlers. Whether they didn't want Rothman Powell facing the bowlers after what happened yesterday, the experienced spin bowlers, because he looked all at sea facing Ali and Rashid.
Here comes Jordan in again and bowls, and this one is just on the line of the off stump. There was Puran looking to tickle it to the short third man. Missed it totally, and they're taken by Billings. Also want to remind you that you can hear our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective, every Tuesday evening on Talksport 2. Join Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison as they review the week's biggest stories, with the show also available as a podcast on the following on feed. Back here, it's going to be Jordan finishing the 13th as he goes and turns and comes in now and bowls to Puran, and Puran is again just playing this one out to the mid-wicket area for another single as they continue the rotation of strike. We've had 4 singles in the over and 2 dot balls. A very good over there from Christopher Jordan. 13 gone now on Talksport 2. The Windies are 99 for 3.
Yeah, a good over again. Mirror image of last night. Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid squeezing. Moeen Ali bringing Chris Jordan in to the attack in the middle of the passage of spin overs that Moeen's looking to pace off the ball using Chris Jordan's experience. Like 24 hours ago, he bowled a beautiful over, and again Liam Livingstone's going to come in to bowl probably the last of the spin section from this passenger player, from the Malcolm Marshall end. And I do believe this is a big over for the West Indies. They've got to look to get a big over in this over.
Livingston bowls again now, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Taking a big swing there is Puran. Missing, taken there by the keeper. It's been very sedated stuff. This is good cricket from England. Massive comeback this is. This is good captaincy by Moeen Ali. Good rotation of bowlers as well, as Livingston bowls to Puran, and Puran gets a wide delivery down the leg side. He looks to sweep it, gets a wide. That's a sundry there to the total. I think Karen Potter might just be saying to him is perhaps don't try too many things, just keep it simple and let's keep going. You're going to get the odd bad ball, you're going to get the odd 2 bad balls, but at any particular stage you don't want to gift too many wickets now and get England fully back in the game. Livingston in again now, balls to Puran, and Puran gets a short ball, late cuts it straight to the captain again, still can't score, and if anything we've got a backward point. He's also got a sweeper, just a little bit difficult to break that on offside field. Livingston turns, is ready to roll again, and this time Puran is driving out to the long off area. He'll get 1. Chris Jordan is there, that's all there'll be. Another single.
Good bowling, but good fielding and good captaincy from Moeen Ali. I'm watching him here, and he's marshalling his troops, but his fielding positions are brilliant. His angles are fantastic. He's got his fastest fielders in areas where the shortest side of the boundary. His bowlers are bowling to that field. So all in all, I thought it was clinical and professional last night. And again, so far, I think England have been fantastic again outside the power play.
Yeah, they have been. They really have been fantastic outside of the power play. As Livingston is set in his field, Ali too. They're ready now as he bowls to Pollard, who tails away, swings, misses, taken there by the keeper. Pressure continues to be on. You can tell it. The pressure is definitely mounting on the West Indies.
And Liam Livingstone's getting a bit of own back here. This is a little bit of peer back here for Liam Livingston against Kieran Pollard. It was opposite way around yesterday when Livingston had bat in hand.
This time Pollard is on the front foot and defends it, pushes into the onside. Just one run. Livingston perhaps is saying, look, just a single, you can't hit me if you can.
He's just goading him a little bit. He's saying to Kieran Pollard's looking in the opposite direction, but actually he's looking at Liam Livingston now. Big smile on his face. This is the best of Liam Livingston when he's like this.
Here again, Bowles, and this one is just carved out to the fielder there on the third man on the point boundary for one run. 14 overs gone, 103 for 3. Pooran has got 20 from 21. Pollard's got 6 from 8. Slow going here at Kensington Oval all of a sudden, but the West Indies haven't lost any more wickets. It's just 103 for 3.
Oh, it's been an excellent display from England's more experienced bowlers, Rashid Ali and Chris Jordan, passed over by Liam Livingston. They've bowled to their fields, they've held their nerve, and basically said to the West Indian batsman, it's going to have to be a good shot because I'm bowling good balls. Can you handle the pressure of that?
Rashid to continue and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is going for a big swing, misses, and well taken there by Billings, because he couldn't be unsighted there from Pooran as he tried to swing that for everything he's had, but luckily for England he missed it.
It's a good ball by Adil Rashid.
He's so
just
brilliant,
teasing Nicholas Pooran here.
Yeah, here he comes in again and bowls, and this time Pooran is sweeping but straight to the fielder on the backward point boundary, backward square boundary, and he'll just get one. So one more run. Single. So we have not seen a 4 in the last 4 overs, and that is indeed quite telling for the Windies. That's not how they like to play the cricket, especially in T20s.
No, they bowled fantastically well at bowling to their field that's on the boundary, the fielder on the boundary, the lines and the lengths that the spin bowlers have bowled.
Rashid to Pollard, and Pollard is getting a short ball, pulls it straight to the fielder there, Moeen Ali, who's that short fine leg, and it is just one run. I know if Mac is listening, he must be saying, oh my goodness me, what is this? Is this the test match in March? No, Mac, this is the T20 in January.
Is this the same pitch that Rodman Powell? Rodman Powell got 107 off 53 balls and he's still not been in yet.
Here he comes in now, Pooran tails away and is bowled. That was bound to happen because the pressure was just too much for the West Indies. You saw Rashid building the pressure. The West Indies were just not able to handle it, and you have to give full credit here to Moeen Ali for some top-class captaincy. Good rotation of bowlers, pressure continuing on the West Indies, and Pooran succumbed to the pressure, and now they've lost a 4th, 105 for 4.
Well, you're only as good a captain as your bowlers are going to bowl, in the areas they're going to bowl, and handle the pressure cooker that they're in. And for me, one of the best of all time in 2020 cricket of handling the pressure and executing it is Adil Rashid, and boy has he stood up for his best mate here. The two of them have been magnificent. Captain Ali, not only in field setting, bowling change, but making sure his bowlers was concentrating on the money every single time they've let go of the ball, and that's why the West Indies are in a deep hole here. Rodman Powell walks out to the crease 14.4 overs into an innings, when 4 days ago he got 107 off 53 balls on the same surface. West Indies, for me, have missed the trick in not sending him in. If they were going to send somebody in at number 3, I agree with you, Barry, should have been this man.
Well, he's not going to have the time for 100 now. If he gets it, it'll be the best ever we've ever seen in the history of T20 cricket. But it's 5 overs and 2 balls left. 105 for 4. Powell, he did struggle the other night against the spin of Rashid. First ball from Rashid, and this one is hit back to the ball of Rashid, almost a cotton ball. And that was close.
Come on, boys, come on.
142 is the projected score.
Why not here, Rash?
1 ball left in over number 15. This has been a lot of pressure there for the West Indies as Rashid comes in again now and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time is again not timing this full toss at all, missed a gift, and a dot ball to end the over. Great cricket here from England. 15 overs gone. West Indies 105 for 4. Pollard 7. Powell yet to score. As we take it back to Andrew McKenna and Alex Tudor.
Thank you very much, boys. What an incredible performance by England. 105 for 4, the West Indies. 34 balls since they last hit a boundary. At 6 overs, they were 58 without loss. At 10 overs, the breaks went on. 86 for 2. And in the 5 overs between 10 and 15, they've added a grand total of 19 runs for 2 wickets. Alex Tudor, this has been sensational from England.
Yeah, it's been an absolute masterclass, really. Moeen Ali as skipper, but the spinners, Rashid, how many times, how many years now have we seen this young man do this for England? He's been absolutely fantastic tonight. Livingston also going for only 17 in his 3 overs, 2 wickets. And skipper Moeen Ali's only gone for 20 off his 3. So the spinners have brought this game back for England, because at one stage it looked like it was going away from them.
Well, Saqib Mahmood is coming back into the attack. His 1 over, the second of the innings, went for 19. This might be a calculated gamble from Moeen Ali. Bowling to Kieran Pollard down the leg side, and he started with a wide. 106 for 4. Let's take you through the bowling figures. Reece Topley, 2 overs, 0 for 11. Saqib is now into his second over, 0 for 20. Moeen Ali, 3 overs, 0 for 20. Chris Jordan, 2 overs, have cost 18 without a wicket. Adil Rashid has just bowled out, 2 for 17 from his 4. Liam Livingstone, 2 for 17 from 3. England have put the brakes on in quite spectacular fashion. The way that the West Indies were going, 200 looks, well, par for the course. Saqib goes in to bowl again. It's wide of off stump. Kieran Pollard plays it away through point. Liam Livingstone will come around, doesn't put the throw in because Kieran Pollard is safely back for 2. Is Kieran Pollard just jawing at Liam Livingstone there, saying, well, why didn't you throw it then? 108 for 4 it is, because Liam Livingstone and Kieran Pollard have been having a conversation throughout most of the matches of this series, and it looks like he's carrying on this evening.
Yeah, he's not shy. There's Livingstone, nor is Pollard.
Saqib is in. Open face to this Yorker attempt by Saqib. Just guided out to point where Tom Banton is. Single taken. 109 for 4. Rodman Powell comes down and will be on strike for the 3rd ball of his innings.
That's why England, for me, in T20 cricket are so dangerous, because those middle periods, not only are they able to put the brakes on, but they also take wickets. And with the addition of Livingstone now as well, just amplifies that.
Saqib Mahmood is in. It's a low ball homing in at the base of off stump. Rodman Powell hits it back past the bowler to the long off fielder and takes a single. 110 for 4. It means 37 balls now since the last boundary. I think, by the way, I just heard through the stump microphone that Rodman Powell actually took guard of outside off. I'm sure that's what Nigel Duguid, the umpire, said. So he's setting himself up there. This is an interesting one.
How do you actually do that, Jude? Because what are you marking it up against? Give me 4th stump. Imagine where it is.
Saqib is on his way in, clipped away by Kieran Pollard, backward of square leg. James Vince will do the fielding, and there is just a single. 111 for 4. 4 balls of this over gone.
It's a good question, Gerard, and I have absolutely no idea.
Well, also, it's a degree. I mean, there's 2 or 3 centimetres of outside off stump, and then there's 10 or 12 centimetres. Sliding scale, obviously. Anyway, Saqib is on his way into the sunshine. Oh, that's a full toss and head height. Now that's an attempted Yorker that slipped, and he's apologising. It is a no ball. We possibly could have seen one of those last night with Reece Topley towards the end. It wasn't called, but it is a free hit next up. It is the official warning as well, as it mandatory, as it actually goes up out of the hand as well. He'd gone for the Yorker and it's just slipped out there, Tudes, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just got it wrong. Sometimes when you get a beamer, normally it's like from a medium pacer. When you've got somebody who can bowl quick, at 140 plus, and he's bowling that at you. Obviously, as a batsman, you have to have your wits.
Right, Rodman Powell has got a freebie. Free hit this delivery. Saqib goes in. It's full outside of off stump. It lands through the crease and it goes through to Sam Billings, and there's no run. The free hit brings no run. It's 112 for 4.
There aren't that many free hits you see that are left. Shouldered arms at that. I think obviously he thought it was going to be a wide, but it's he's going to be looking back at that just going, probably should have swung my bat at that.
I reckon the beamer before might have had something to do with it. I have no idea where this lad's bowling it.
Well, it's an over full of everything so far. It's been dramatic. Final ball of it. Saqib is on his way in, and Rodman Powell is swinging this very, very hard down to long off. Jason Roy will get down and cut it off, and it will be just a single. So it completes the over. 16 gone, 113 for 4 are the West Indies. That is a run rate of just a smidge over 7. At one point we were thinking that 200 was going to be a walk in the park, the way that they came out of the blocks, but England have applied the brakes and then some. Taken wickets as well, but applied the brakes. Boundaries, well, they're just non-existent anymore, Alex Tudor. And the West Indies, well, we know that the par score on the ground before this series was 155. It's actually now, because of these games, crept up to 160. But it's going to take a heck of an effort for the West Indies to get to 160.
Yeah, that's right, Macca. And for me, that's where West Indies have to improve in those middle periods when the spinners are on. If they want to get deeper into tournaments later on, I think it's December when the T20 World Cup is happening, they're going to have to improve on that, because A, they lose too many wickets, but also too many dot balls. They have to rotate the strike. They just have to get better at playing it. And England have done extremely well during the series when their spinners have come on.
Well, it's placed back on from the 3W's end as Reece Topley comes in, left arm over, and Rodman Powell threatens to thrash that to all parts. He's not really timed it. It goes down to Chris Jordan at long on, and because there's no real timing in the ball, they're able to come back for a second. 115 for 4. Rodman Powell's got 4 from 7. Topley's in his third over, 0 for 13 now. We're now up to 42 balls without a boundary, which in a T20 cricket game is just mind-boggling. Topley in, left arm over. It's a short ball, it's a slower ball. Rodman Powell's gone for this, onto the leg side. Now we can finally end that statistic at 42 deliveries, because Rodman Powell has hit this one for 6. It was a slower ball into the middle of the pitch that sat up, and Rodman Powell was reaching out in front of himself, but still controlled it enough to hit it 84 metres and add 6 to his and the West Indies total.
Yeah, rank delivery there by Reece Topley. Just getting it slightly wrong. Just dragging down that slower ball, the back of the hand. And he sort of swatted that, didn't he, Macca?
121 for 4 as Topley goes in. That's back to the base of off stump again. Powell hitting to long off. And there is a single taken. 122 for 4. And I suppose the question, therefore, people at home might be asking is, if England had got it to 40-odd deliveries without going for a boundary, by just keep doing the same thing, why then change?
Yeah, bowlers, we're funny, aren't we, sometimes? You know, when things are going well, you think just to change up, but this is what T20 does. They want to try their bag of tricks. Sometimes you just need to, as you say, play the situation, keep it simple. Bowl it full and fast, and get that Yorker in. You don't need to bowl any back of the hand stuff, and that one went wrong, and he fetched it.
Topley to Pollard, low full toss outside of off stump. Pollard, oh what a shot that is. He's turned it around, hit it through mid-wicket. Livingston can't get there. It's away for 4. So 2 boundaries in 3 balls. One of them a 6, that one a 4. And Corin Pollard has whipped this away, and the West Indies total goes up by 4, and they are now 126 for 4.
And that's where the quality of the bats come in now. He's got nowhere near where he's wanted that in the middle. It's hit the inside edge of the bat and absolutely flown down to mid-wicket. The bowler trying to get his Yorker in, just missed it by a fraction.
13 from the over so far as Topley goes in. It's a slower ball. Cutter on that occasion. They turn it round the corner through square leg for 1. Oh, Pollard wants to come back for a second. Rodman Powell is not interested. And Corin Pollard gets the death stare out there for Rodman Powell. I don't think he was that impressed. It is just 1 though. 127 for 4 1 ball left of the 17th here on Talksport 2.
Yeah, never 2 there. As you said, he's obviously looking to put the foot down, put these fielders under pressure. 2 boundaries coming in this Reece Topley over. Can he get out of it?
In he goes to finish the over. Oh, it's a brilliant delivery that Rodman Powell has hit 180 degrees away from where he was actually looking. It's a full ball in an off stump, and Rodman Powell has tried to hit it through mid-wicket. It takes the outside edge and goes through third man. It's completely the opposite direction of where he was looking, but it doesn't matter, because in the scorebook it just says 4. And after 17 overs, the West Indies are 131 for 4 here on Talksport 2.
And that's why this game sometimes can be ridiculous. He's bowled an absolutely perfect Yorker. Rodman Powell's tried to negotiate that to the leg side, got a thick outside edge. Sam Billings has been missed. You know, he's gone to the leg side, he's had to dive back, no chance. It's flown down to the sort of very fine third man for 4 runs. And as you said, Mackie, you just got to look in the book. No one cares how it gets down there. Just look in the book. It's at the bottom of the bat. Chalk it up.
So, Chris Jordan to bowl the 18th. Out of interest, what do you reckon that England will be happy chasing? Get in touch at Talksport 2. At what point do England get worried? What can the West Indies get to? Give us your thoughts at Talksport 2 on Twitter. Chris Jordan starts wide of off stump. Kieran Pollard's long arms enable him to hit this down to long off. And they take a single, 132 for 4.
Got away with that a little bit. But because Pollard's very bottom-handed, bat just turned in his hand, he could have just opened up the blade and gone over extra cover.
We've seen extra cover get peppered these 5 games. People have gone over extra cover for fun. If he'd wanted to go at it, that actually was the ball to go. Right, Jordan to Powell, 15 from 10. That is in at the base of the stumps once again. Jason Roy at long on will do the fielding. It's pinged down to him. Jason Roy throws to Sam Billings' end because Kieran Pollard was literally walking the run. Pollard had to break it into a trot to get back home. But Chris Jordan is finding the length.
And bowling with good pace. 144, what's that, sort of 89 mile an hour? It's good pace, that.
Is indeed. Pollard on strike, 17 not out from 15 balls. Jordan goes in, Pollard hits hard, and again, as Stuart has just said, the bottom hand comes through a bit, so a ball that's outside off stump ends at long on. Jason Roy fields, just the single though, 134 for 4.
Yeah, sometimes when you're trying to hit it too hard you lose your shape, and Pollard, he has such brutality, big in stature, big forearms, big biceps, but just trying to hit it too hard, just strangling the bat, that bottom hand, just losing his shape. Good bowling by Chris Jordan again, only gone for 3 from 3.
Bit of drizzle in the air once again, blowing on the breeze. Oh, what a shot by Rodman Powell! You are joking me! He's taken Chris Jordan over cow corner. He was down on one knee and has slapped it to the leg side. And if that got more than 15 feet off the floor the whole way, I'd be absolutely amazed. It was a flatty that James Vince didn't stand a prayer at stopping because it absolutely screamed away for 6.
It's just disrespect, Naka. That's an incredible shot. Fantastic shot by Rodman Powell. Chris Jordan again has gone for his Yorker. 137 Ks. He's just missed his length, but he couldn't quite get underneath it, so he's just played a short arm jab, and it's gone flat to deep mid wicket for 6. It's an incredible shot.
It was almost the sweep version of MS Dhoni's helicopter shot.
Chris Jordan in. Rodman Powell goes offside, and we've just been talking about extra cover getting peppered, and that one clears extra cover again. Back-to-back boundaries. Powell goes to 28 from 13, and it's 146 for 4, and the West Indian injection to the innings looks like it's happening now.
And it was needed. As you said, Chris Jordan started his over extremely well. First 3 balls only going for 3 singles, but the last 2 have gone for 12, and he's under pressure to get out of the over.
Now, I don't want to worry anyone, but this drizzle might be getting heavier. And looking from where it's coming on the eastern side of the ground, We might be getting a little bit wet. Oh, come on, not now. We just got ourselves a game going. Final ball of the 18th over. Jordan, 0 for 33. It's a lowish full toss. Powell swings hard at that, gets an inside edge onto his own leg, and it stays on the crease line, and Rodman Powell bends over and picks it up, flips it to Sam Billings, and that is 18 overs in the book here on Talksport 2. 146 for 4 are the West Indies. Remember, this is the final game of the T20 series. In about 5 or 6 weeks' time, England are coming back for 3 test matches to the Caribbean. Every ball of that series, once again, exclusively live on Talksport and Talksport 2. So setting up this one nicely, but we still don't know who's winning the T20 series yet. 2 apiece, this is the decider. West Indies winning the toss and batting 146 for 4 with 12 balls of their innings to go. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, Chris Jordan got out of his over really well, but the damage had been done. He was really disappointed at the end because we just sort of missed his length, those 2 deliveries. And he got dispatched for 12 from them. And it was the injection in West Indies needed. 146 for 4.
It's only 8.1 and over from where they were potentially looking. England will take that. Topley's gone in. Kieron Pollard's helped this one into the leg side. Kieron Pollard's helped this one over the leg side. It carries all the way with the breeze into the stands on the leg side. And the 150 is up for the West Indies. 152 for 4. First ball of the 19th over, and the 150 is up.
It's not only raining in Bridgetown, it's raining boundaries now, Macca. We waited a long time, well over 30 minutes, 40 plus balls for the boundaries, but they're coming thick and fast, and that's the length that Pollard loves, and that's the area he loves. Anywhere from sort of long on to deep mid-wicket, that's his area, and he just sort of again missed his length, able to get up and underneath it, and at that pace, you're going to fetch it.
That third 50 has taken exactly 5 overs to get there. And with the West Indian tail, you made the point earlier, could they have gone a little bit earlier? They've got so much hitting down the order, and against an England bowling attack that are a bit leaky economy-wise, Jared Kimber.
You don't think they were trying to? I mean, I think if you look at their attacking percentage, I don't think it's gone up. They've just started clearing the boundary, haven't they? I think Rodman was swinging, except for the one he left, he was swinging at everything.
I think it's just spin, isn't it? It shows again that they really do struggle against spin.
Here we go, Toppy for the second ball. Swinging hard is Kieron Pollard. This time he actually goes inside out, fielded by Phil Salt at long off, and they will come back for a couple. 154 for 4.
So at the top, they're very dangerous, and at the back end they're very dangerous. Just that middle period that they need to sort out. They either lose too many wickets or they just don't go anywhere, and it puts them under pressure.
Kieron Pollard, 26 from 18 balls. He's facing Reece Topley. In he goes. That's a really good delivery by Topley. Pollard threatening to go across the stumps. It's low in, round about middle stump, but he's able to turn it to the leg side. But because Tom Banton at mid-wicket is on the boundary, the ball only gets to the edge of the 30-yard circle, but they can come back for 2. Great running by the West Indies.
Yeah, great running. He obviously didn't time it, didn't go out with the same pace. That's why you're always able to go to. Only just went out the 30-yard circle. Good running by the skipper there.
That's the thing, isn't it? You either want to time it so well it goes out the ground, or completely mistime it, you can come back for 2. In comes Topley. Pollard almost swings himself off his feet with a helicopter shot round to square leg. Banton will field once again, and it'll be a couple more runs to Kieron Pollard. 6-2-2-2 this over so far. Pollard's got 30 from 20.
Don't think you'll mind that. You know, you've got 2 big lads in there in a minute, and they're having to run hard, lose a little bit of power, a little bit of fatigue.
Oh, it's brought up the 50 partnership, by the way. 53 from 26 balls, these 2.
Yeah, it was needed, Macca, isn't it? I mean, this over's gone 6-2-2-2. Again, 2 balls left for Topley, who's had a good series to date. Just wants to finish off well.
Bit of a pause while Pollard ties his bootlaces, which is probably code for gets his breath back. Full toss on this occasion by Topley. Wide of off stump. Pollard hammers it around to Banton. They're having a private game at the moment, the 3 of them. Pollard will just get a single on this occasion, though. 159 for 4. And we're about to get the final ball of the 19th over bowled.
Yeah, umpire's just having a little bit of a chat, seeing if that was a no ball, but no, it was on its down swing, so it was fine.
Topley then goes in. Oh, he's going to have to bowl that one again. That's down the leg side. Rodman Powell swings at it, but doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Billings. It is called a wide. 160 for 4, the West Indies.
Last 23 balls, Macca have gone for 55. Run rate of 14.3. And as I said, it was definitely needed. At one stage we were thinking 200, and then we was thinking 160. But the injection that these two have put together, we got a game.
Topley 0 for 43. The final ball of his spell is leg side-ish, but Rodman Powell has opened up the front leg, swings at it, misses, it hits him on the back leg, so that is the over complete. Reece Topley is bowled out, 4 overs 0 for 43. West Indies 160 for 4. 6 balls of the innings to go here on Talksport 2. And the voices you might have picked up on the stump note there, by the way, on the wide, was Reece Topley was trying to petition, shall we say, the umpire, saying, well, hang on, the batsman's moved across. Kieran Pollard was just saying, mate, it was always down the leg side, it's got to be a wide. So they were having a friendly conversation as to whether it should be a wide or not.
Yeah, always us bowlers were always going to have a little discussion with the umpire. As hard enough as it is to bowl in this format of the game. But Reece Topley, he's had a good series. Like, you'd be disappointed with the way that finished. I thought he's done really well.
Final over to be bowled by Chris Jordan. In he goes. Oh, and Kieran Pollard has smacked this back over his head, and it lands just wide of the commentary boxes, down beneath the broadcast booth, and it's all the way for 6. And that's not the way you want to start the final over. You know Kieran Pollard is coming out swinging, and he's hit that 185 metres almost into the industrial estate behind the back of the ground, and he's got that one out of the screws, and that is a absolutely sweet one to start the over.
Yeah, just under pressure, you just, starting your over, you don't want to go for a boundary. That's what he's done. Just missed his length, and you can't do it against Kieran Pollard. We've seen it time and time in franchise all around the world, internationally. He's very dangerous.
166 for 4. Jordan in, swinging hard is Pollard. That length was better. Not really that much that Pollard can do with that one, except drive it to long off and take the single. Pollard goes to 38 from 23. 167 for 4. 4 to go.
And as West Indies need to try and sort out the middle period against spin, England need to sort out their death bowling. They don't quite know who it's going to be. I know Owen Morgan definitely trusts Chris Jordan, but sometimes of recently he's just not quite got it right. Got it right the other night. But he's gone for 40 so far with 4 balls left.
Rodman Powell is on strike, 28 from 15. We know he can hit a big ball too. Jordan is in. Rodman Powell is hitting to the leg side. It's 6 more. Only just misses the big scoreboard away to the right-hand side. 6-1-6. And Jordan is turning and heading back to the end of his mark, shaking his head. He's disappointed with that one. 173 for 4, the West Indies, as that one again disappears and goes another almost 90 metres.
So he's gone for 3 Yorkers this over. I think the first one he missed by about 2.5 metres. Okay, not ideal, goes for 6. Second one, he probably missed by about 15 centimetres, which came off the bottom of Pollard's bat. He's missed that one by about 35, 40, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't that much when you're talking 90-mile-an-hour Yorkers, and that's gone for a 6. That's what happens. When I said the other day that 33% of Yorkers are successful, look at this over. 6-1-6.
For a combined total of about a square inch. That's how much he's missed by. Chris Jordan then in for the 4th ball. That's down the leg side. Brilliantly taken by Sam Billings. Full Superman dive away to his left-hand side. It's a wide. And that is a fantastic job to avoid the 4. I mean, there wasn't even a swing from Rodman Powell at that one because he knew he couldn't get there. However, what the West Indies did do was take advantage of it and also run one. So it's a wide plus the 1. So it's 175 for 4 with 3 balls to go and Kieran Pollard back on strike.
He's like, I want a piece of this too.
Well, here he is, waiting for Jordan. Jordan in, right arm over, outside of off stump. Kieran Pollard's bottom hand again comes through that so much. He's tugged a ball from 2 foot outside off stump so straight it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end and ricochets down to long off, and they managed to run 177 for 4.
It's great running again. His bat just sort of turned as he went into his bat lift. He did something with his bottom hand and the bat just turned, so it was facing in towards him. So when he's presenting the bat, it's already facing to the leg side, so he's not hitting it as nicely as he wants.
Yeah, he closed the face before it's even got close to the ball. Right, 2 balls left of the innings. West Indies have got the run rate up to 9, so they're 177 for 4. Pollard gets one outside of off stump, hammered down to long off. I'll tell you what, that could have disappeared very, very easily. England will be happy. It's fielded by Banton. It's only a single, 178 for 4.
Just to keep going, so we've then had the wide, that was a full toss, another miss Yorker. We then had 2 more miss Yorkers that they just haven't managed to hit. It tells you how hard it is, but also how often Jordan is missing this. This could have been 25, 30 run over.
Final ball of the innings then. 178 for 4. The West Indies. Rodman Powell will face 34 from 16. The offside is the shorter boundary with the wind. Jordan in, bowls over the wicket, clubbed away by Rodman Powell, gets an under edge that will dribble down to Adil Rashid at fine leg, and that is the innings complete. 179 for 4. So that is 8.95 and over. So England are going to need 180, which is obviously 9 runs and over, 1.5 runs a ball to win the game and therefore the series. Brandon King 34, Kyle Mayers 31, Romario Shepherd promoted to number 3 made 6, Nicholas Pooran 21, Kieran Pollard 41 not out, Rodman Powell 35 not out, 11 extras for 179 for 4. The bowling figures: Reece Topley 0 for 43 from 4, Saqib Mahmood 0 for 27 from 2, Moeen Ali's 3 overs at cost 0 for 20, Chris Jordan 0 for 52 from 4, Adil Rashid 2 for 17 from 4, Liam Livingstone 2 for 17 from 3. So that means England bowled 10 overs of spin, which cost 54 runs and took 4 wickets in that innings. So, Alex Tudor, your thoughts on that? At one point we thought 200 and plenty, then we weren't sure they were going to make 160, so where's 179 for 4 for you?
I would say, Macca, listen, West Indies have done extremely well to get to where they have, because as you said at the start of it, it looked extremely promising that they would get 200 plus easily, and then the spinners came into the fray and bowled extremely well. As you rightly said, 10 overs for 55, was it, Macca, you said, with 4 wickets, put a little stop on it. But then West Indies have that power, that destruction at the back end. If they can build an innings of 20 overs where they can go all the way through, you're talking about 220 plus that they can get on a regular basis, because they just have guys that can clear the boundaries very, very easily. For England, they need to sort out who are going to bowl these death overs, because it's been a problem for a while. It's good that Owen Morgan gets to see, because he'll get to see different personnel doing it. Chris Jordan's done it for a long while now, and for the last few games, bar yesterday, he's fetched it a little bit. Reece Topley can do the job, Saqib Mahmood, but they haven't quite got it right. So England are going to have to get that formula sorted out come the World Cup.
In the last 4 overs, the West Indies put 66 on the board with 2 4s and 6 6s. So that was a serious impetus at the end. So 180 for England, Tudes, to win the match and the series. 180 doesn't frighten teams anymore, but we've got a situation that it is a final, effectively, and they're away from home. So in that dressing room, what are they thinking at the moment about being set 180?
Well, as you said, you know, I think they'll be sort of happy. I don't know if the way that they finished that they'll be happy with the way they finished, but I think at the start they'll be definitely, that's a chaseable total with the players that they have. Jason Roy has a day out. Banton, Livingston, Moeen Ali, the way he struck it yesterday. We have some very dangerous personnel in that batting lineup. Can they put it all together? We'll just have to wait and see. But England are definitely a team that are not scared of chasing anything below 200.
Well, if you offered England 180 to win this game and therefore this series, they probably would have taken that a couple of hours ago. They lost the toss. West Indies decided to bat. They put 179 for 4 on the board. It's live and exclusive coverage of the 5th T20 between the West Indies and England, exclusively here on Talksport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talksport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the Talksport app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England. Direct from the Kensington Oval, Barbados. On Talksport 2.
Yeah, welcome back to Talksport 2. I'm Jared Kimber, and for this break, we're going to talk to Alex Tudor about T20 cricket a little bit. And I think the most important thing to ask here is, as a bowler, Tudes, don't you love it when you come to a ground and the boundaries are incredibly small?
Absolutely love it. It's not a pet hate of mine at all. Listen, these guys are so impressive, so strong, and just the mishits, when they clear the boundaries. I mean, they're going out the grounds, Gerard. You know what I mean? I don't quite understand why they have to bring the boundaries in. It's not a safety issue. I mean, it's more dangerous with the people in the crowd, isn't it? I mean, it is frightening, and I'm glad that I'm sitting here able to call the game and not bowling in it, because Chris Jordan was bowling near enough 90 mile an hour, getting it fractionally wrong. We're talking about the Yorkers there at the back end. He went for 6 Yorkers, or 7 because he bowled a wide, and you fractionally get it wrong, and he ended up fetching it, didn't he? So it's so dangerous now. That's why you have to have your changes up. You can't be predictable. You've got to try and use the crease more. I think sometimes you bowl in that one place as a bowler. I think you've got to mix where you're bowling just to change the angle ever so slightly.
Well, the small boundaries is interesting for me because Ireland are off to the Oman to qualify for the World Cup, next World Cup. These teams right now, they are playing these sorts of teams to see who their depth chart is. In West Indies' case, they want to see who the best 11 is. In England's case, they probably want to see who the best backup players are for the next World Cup. And these grounds are nowhere near the shape that they're going to have in the next World Cup. And a lot of people said that the West Indies struggled when they got to the UAE. They planned their World Cup plans around playing in India. It's tiny little grounds, 55-metre boundaries in some cases. And I think some of those are being friendly with 55 metres. And then they get to the UAE and you're talking 75, 80, proper boundaries in the UAE. Exactly the same in Australia as well. It's not ideal preparation, really, for these players because this is not the kind of T20 cricket they're going to be playing in the World Cup in Australia.
No, you're right. And as I said, knowing Morgan, we've been lucky enough, to commentate on a lot of the 2020 cricket that they play. And he does like to see players in certain situations. So, he will throw the ball to a Tom Curran or, he does back Chris Jordan a lot to bowl at the back end. But at the moment, it seems like it's a bit of an issue for England. And it's one that they're going to have to try and figure out. I don't know, obviously, does Mark Wood come back into that equation later on down the line? Obviously, you've got Ben Stokes to come back into this team. Does he bowl it? It's one which is a bit of a headache because the middle period for me is sorted. With Rash, with skipper Moeen Ali, and with Liam Livingstone now coming to this side. You've got overs there where they feel that they can sort of stop the momentum and also still take wickets. It's the front end and the back end that seems to be a problem for England at the minute.
If you're just tuning in, West Indies played a very old-school innings. They made 179 for 4, meaning that England need 180 to win this match and this series. You're on Talksport 2. I'm Jared Kimber, and with me is former England international Alex Tudor. The interesting thing, I just want to talk about the bowlers a little bit as you're just going through there. Jofra Archer would obviously feel so much of the problems that England have, but we don't know if he's going to play in the World Cup. We don't. He was bowling in the warm-ups before, but at my pace, not at his pace, to be fair. Chris Jordan, we just saw a hole over where he missed his Yorkers. Tamal Mills probably not dropped. I would say he's being rested because these are back-to-back games, and it's Tamal Mills and his hamstring and his back, and everything falls apart in his body, so let's keep him healthy as we can. Reece Topley, very good power play bowler, can't really bowl at the death. This is a problem. Do you think that it seems to me that I know that you want bowlers to bowl more Yorkers, but I just think batters are so good at hitting Yorkers now that perhaps the best thing to do is to come up with other methods. And it feels like with Chris Jordan's case, everyone knows he's only going to bowl Yorkers, and I'm not sure what he does when they're not working.
Yeah, no, I think I've changed my opinion, Gerard. Not only that have you sort of swayed it, but speaking to the guys as well when you talk to them and see what they're thinking, you can't just be a one-trick pony. I do harp on and saying get that Yorker in, but you can't now. As you rightly said, was it 30% you say?
It's about 33%.
Yeah, that sort of get in. So listen, the other 60 plus, you're going to go and fetch it. So you need to change up. The back of the hand, sort of slower ball, not really of a fan, or especially depending on the wicket that you're playing on. It can stand up and lads now can miss hit it for 6. So I think using the crease, bowling round the wicket, changing the angle, you're just going to have to come up with different ways. Because you said the lads can hit it 360, but they can also hit your best ball for 6. So then what have you got to come back with? I'm always like, bowl your best delivery. You only really got 24 balls, so bowl your best delivery. But sometimes your best delivery, as Chris Jordan found, he's end up going for over 50 tonight.
Yeah, we talked about this with Jay Dernbach the other night. He was saying that most death bowlers have 2 balls and the really good ones have 3 that they trust, right? But here's my question to you, because Chris Jordan, it's not working at the moment, and I think he's going to trust his technique, but he might not. He might decide to change. You work with young cricketers all the time now, right? Jason Holder, up until, I would almost say this series, but I think he did it a little bit in the World Cup, basically wasn't bowling slower balls. He was bowling over 92% on-pace deliveries and 8% slower balls, which is, the opposite of some guys out there. He's obviously been working on them. He's now got, I think Jade said he might even have a knuckleball, but he's bowling back of the hand and cutters. How hard is it to not only learn a new slow ball, but then perfect it? Because that's the important thing, isn't it? I can learn a new one, probably can't perfect it.
Yeah, that's right. And I think when you're playing at this elite level, You know, you sort of go back and, you know, Jason Holders obviously wants to be that all-round and wants to improve, so he's played a bit of franchise cricket. I think he went over to Australia and played for the Sixers, I think he did last year and stuff like that. So he would have had to perfect his game and learn different methods, and as you said, he's now got these slower balls that he's now bowling, and as James said, you know, you need 2 or 3 at the back end because guys are now lining you up, and you watch the best deaf bowlers now, so your Bumrahs and people like that, you know, they mix it up so well. So as I said, you can't be a one-trick pony. You have to go away, perfect it, lots of repetition, so then you feel comfortable, so when you get into the game it just happens. But if you're not quite working on it and you try it in one of these games at elite level, you're going to get parked.
Thank you very much, Alex Tudor. Well, you're listening to the Cricket Live on Talksport 2, and we're going to go over to Barry Wilkinson.
Where the England side, of course, would love to get 180 and win this series. I think it's fantastically set. West Indies, if you ask me, were about 25-30 runs short of where they should be, but I still think that they finished strong with Rodman Powell, like you said, and the good batting there of the captain, Kyron Pollard. Steve Harmison is with me. And Steve, do you think the spinners are going to hold the key to containing England, or do you think that lies within the pace that they have in the Holders and the Shepherds and what have you?
It's an interesting one, Barry, because Jason Roy's had difficulties against the left arm spin. I actually think with a brand new ball, a little bit of swing, I think Jason Holder would be the ideal man to bowl to Jason Roy. We've seen in the first half, Reece Topley got the ball not just to swing, but he got the ball to bounce. And I think I'd be looking to exploit that while the ball's still new, because for me, Jason Roy stands probably the biggest difficulty for the West Indies in this second half.
Well, Akeal Hussain is going to start, and Roy is getting off the mark with a slug, a big hit down to the long off boundary for 4. Well, there's your answer. He's probably listening to you and say, take that. Steve, what do you think about me?
Yeah, it's just Jason Roy, beautiful shot. That now worries me if I'm the West Indies, because he's looked scratchy at the start of most innings and took him time to get in. That there, little step to the leg side, eased over the top. That was a full control, beautiful shot. Nice timing by Jason Roy.
Indeed it was. Hussain, how will he respond? Bowls to Roy, but again tails away. This time he's cutting it. That's another boundary. Well, look, if Jason Roy is going to be doing this, our evening is going to be quite short, because you correctly said he has indeed started scratchy, but he still managed to get good starts, and now he's on fire.
Yeah, this is another good shot. Typical Roy shot. Quick hands through the ball. Outside off stump. I think West Indies have missed a trick here, because the England spin bowlers bowl with a slightly older ball, a little bit further into the game. This new ball's just skidding on.
Here comes Hussain in again and bowls to Roy, and Roy this time is punching beautifully, but straight to cover point, can't score. Our statistician Gary Morgan has just informed me that if England do win, it will be the highest successful run chase in Barbados in T20s. Previously to this, it was 155 for 5, West Indies versus England in 2014. So if they get 180, that will be a hell of a chase. Here comes Hussain and bowls, and this time Roy is turning the ball to the mid-wicket area. Jason Holder's come from slip, he's gone to that short mid-wicket, plugging that gap, and it's no run there for the England side. 4-4... Perhaps they're calling home. That's the area code. Here comes Hussain in again now to bowl to Roy, who's on 8 from 4, and this time Roy is looking to sweep. They're appealing, they're also catching the ball, they think they've got their man, and he's given him. What is that for? Is it for a sweep, LBW, or is it for a caught? Roy is shaking his head, he's not going upstairs, so he knows he's out. But the Windies nevertheless have got the breakthrough. Roy is gone, and that's the wicket they wanted quite early.
It is the wicket they wanted. I think it's inside edge. Little arm ball there. A little arm ball there from Akeal Hussain. Excellent bit of work from Nicholas Pooran, because he starts the appeal for the LBW. It took a massive deflection, huge deflection, bottom under edge of the bat of Jason Roy, and it's just looped up in the air. Nicholas Pooran gone from appealing to then running and diving into the middle of the strip, which we were supposed to play on Saturday's wicket, which have got abandoned because of how poor it was. Nicholas Pooran's just rolled over it, took the catch. What a start this is for West Indies. England, 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls and a wicket off the 5th ball.
Yeah, that's a big wicket and a big comeback. I know Hussain will be breathing a huge sigh of relief to be struck for back-to-back boundaries and then respond with 2 dots and a wicket. That is like indeed winning the lotto. James Vince is next. 17 innings, only 408 runs, averages 25. He's been getting good starts, but he's not gone on for a big score. Today needs to be his day, Steve Harmison.
It does need to be his day. He has started in each of the innings. Last innings he did have got 30 plus and then got out, so that will give him encouragement that he kicked on a little bit. England will want, and he will want, to do better than that.
Hussain bowls to Vince, and Vince is cutting his usual cut shot, misfielded there. There was some sloppy fielding at backward point, and allowing what should have been none to be actually a couple of runs. That's Odie Smith, the guilty man. Ball just deflected off of his, looks to me like his right hand. He's shaking it now, he's in a bit of pain. He's got a bowler a bit later, so hopefully it's not too serious. But 10 for 1 after 1 here in Talksport 2, England.
Yeah, good start from both sides. I think the West Indies will be happier, not be too bothered about giving the 10 runs away in the power play to get rid of Jason Roy. Jason Holder's going to bowl from the media stand end, the Malcolm Marshall end. I said a bit earlier, Reece Topley got the ball to bounce. He just got the ball to hold up in that first half, and whether the lights being on makes it skids on a little bit, or he does get the swing and bounce that Reece Topley got. Slip and play, second slip I would say.
Let's see if Holder's going to get a bite. He comes in now, charges in and bowls to Banton, and Banton is turning the ball down behind square. This could go to the boundary. It does. It's gone for 4. So Banton starts to the boundary, just what he wanted. The short fine leg is obviously in the circle because of the power play, and once you start going down that hill, you know well, Steve Harmison, it's good night nurse boundary.
Yeah, Jason Holder's just looking to see if it's swinging, bit of shape, got a bit greedy, gone on to sort of middle and leg stump, and a dominant leg side player like Tom Banton, comfortable shot, just using the pace and guiding it round the corner for 4.
Bowled it in again and bowls to Banton, is getting a single, takes the pace off of the ball by just dropping it to a cover point area. Fabian Allen is onto that, and they'll get 15 for 1. England needing 180 runs to win this match.
Good cricket from England. Banton gets a good ball from Jason Holder, good area, bounce to touch, no swing, dropped it into the gap. Both batsmen set off comfortable. That's what you want, 2 batsmen who probably haven't batted to get a great deal in any format of cricket. There was a nod, didn't need a call, both went, so good from England.
Yeah, indeed it was. Vince is on strike now, he's got 2. Lights are on, shadows just beginning to lengthen a bit as Holder comes in now and bowls to Vince, and Vince is turning the ball again down behind square. He's beating the fielder there in Sheldon Cottrell, but it won't get to the boundary this occasion. Odin Smith runs from the mid-wicket boundary to a more backward square leg boundary position and stops what could have been another 4. Vince gets 2, 17 for 1, and if we saw anything that perhaps in the West Indies innings that England will want to take from, is that you don't have to hit 4s and 6s all the time. Get the 1s and 2s, put the pressure on, and then the 4s and 6s will eventually come like they did for the West Indies in the latter part. As Holder in again now, bowls to Vince, and Vince is driving beautifully out to long on, over long off. That's gone. 6. What a sparkling shot from James Vince.
Yeah, nice shot from James Vince, just over pitched from Jason Holder. Again, he's trying to see if the ball will shape at all. This is a proper beautiful cricket shot. Check drive, not tried to hit it too hard, just elevated it back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce 4. Actually no, went 4 all the way for 6. I thought it was a 1 bounce 4, but it's gone all the way for 6.
Holder in again now, bowls to Vince, and Vince this time is just dropping it to the short third man. He wouldn't dare run on that occasion. Fabian Allen is one of the best fielders right now in world cricket. He was very quick on that. He was able to prevent them thinking twice from going for that single.
Just seeing on the screen now the highest run chasers, successful run chasers, the Kensington Oval and T20s. West Indies versus England, 155 for 5.
Holder in again now, both to Vince, and Vince is edging through the vacant slip area down to the boundary for 4. That would have been gobbled up by a first slip, but there's none, and Vince lives on for another 4 to end over number 2 on Talksport 2, 27 for 1.
That's exactly where the slip fielder was, right in that gap for James Vince. Second ball, Jason Holder removed slip because he didn't get any shape or purchase on the ball. Jim Vince is looking to ball through extra cover. Some will say that was his demise of James Vince. A lot in test match cricket. Ball pitched up, offering width, asking him to drive, and when he did, he found slip. Well, 2020 cricket, very few times do you get a slipping player, especially in the latter part of the second over if there's no swing. That there just worked in England's favour.
We've got some tweaks coming in. We're going to get them in during the over. It's going to be a bowling change, another left armour. It's going to be Sheldon Cottrell now, and bowls this delivery to Banton, who's looking to cut, misses, taken there by the keeper. Of course, your tweets come into Talksport 2. You can join the conversation. Bob from Gloucestershire says, excellent analysis from Jared Kimber, but what do you expect from JK? He's a top man. Looking forward to the test series in March live on Talksport 2. Warren, not quite sure where Warren is from. He's from no place of abode. He says, as Vince finally showed a bit of consistency. And Sarah in Manchester says, Barry, can you ask Harmy how he'll bowl a final over in T20? As this delivery again short outside the off stump. There he goes, cutting, missing, taken by the keeper. A cue for Harmy to answer the question.
Yeah, I wasn't a big one for bowling at the death. I tended to bowl 15th and 17th over. Rather than that, at the death, the one thing you have to do at the death, though, is back yourself and execute your best ball. So if you think it's a Yorker, clear your mind, stand at the top of your mark and bowl that Yorker to the best of your ability.
Here comes Cottrell in again and bowls, and this time is played up to the cover area. There was Vince wanting a single. Banton said no. Fishhead. Moeen Smith was onto it quite quickly and no run.
And a bit like what we've seen in the first half, at the end there, even if you get your Yorker right, sometimes it goes out the park for 6. That's just the way the game is. But you have to then clear your mind, go back, whatever you're going to bowl next, try and clear your mind as much as you possibly can and execute it again. And I think that's what Chris Jordan did well yesterday.
This delivery again is short, pulled straight to mid-on, still no run. This is a good over so far from Sheldon Cottrell. He's bowled 4 dot balls, not really seen in this form of T20 cricket.
Yeah, he has, but he hasn't been the greatest of bowls in T20 cricket. That just shows you what this game is about. You can bowl loose balls and not go for a boundary, and sometimes you can bowl good balls and they can go out the park.
Cottrell in again and bowls to Banton, and Banton is pulling. That's going to go into the boundary. That was perhaps the similar delivery. It was short, and instead of pulling it perhaps too far in the onside to mid-wicket to a backward square, he pulled it wide of long on, and the fielder had no chance diving, and once he missed, it was going to go right down into the boundary for 4. 31 for 1 then England as they motor along to get 149 more runs from 103 balls.
Sheldon Cottrell's gone down the route of hitting the pitch hard, which I couldn't understand because he had a slip in play. So that's 4 balls now out of 5 that he's hit back of a length. Deep fielders are at deep square leg and deep point. So he's bowling for the short ball.
As he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is punched through extra cover this time. Brilliantly fielded there by Moeen Smith at cover, stopping what could have been a boundary, at least a couple of runs. They only get 1. And that means that the over comes to the end with that single. Banton has 10 from 8. Vince has 14 from 5. It's 32 for 1 after 3 overs here on Talksport 2.
Another example of this. Yes, it's an inexperienced West Indian side, but the dynamic West Indian side compared compared to the one we've seen in the World T20. The World T20 had a lot of older heads, a lot of aging bodies, players who weren't as mobile in the field. I think in this series so far, throughout this series I should say, we've seen some exceptional fielding from the West Indies. Catching, well, a little bit less to be desired, but the actual ground fielding has been of high quality.
Yeah, it has. And we're going to see another bowling change now. Jason Holder's bowled 1 for 17. It's pretty expensive, so Odean Smith is going to take up the attack and perhaps take up the slack as well. Here comes Odean Smith now to bowl to Banton, and he gets a delivery that's wide and down the leg side, and very well stopped, because that could have gone for 4 wides. It's just gone for the solitary wide. It was really too far down the leg side, and they're questioning why, because they think that it might have touched the pad.
I thought I just clipped the heel of Tom Banton. There was a noise. I thought I just clipped the heel of Tom Banton, or was it the foothold? No, it's a foothold. It hasn't clipped the heel at all.
So let's see what happens here with Smith this time. He's certainly got his field well set, well entrenched in this power play as he comes in again now and bowls to Banton. And Banton is swinging this one over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. Into the crowd, into the beach, the party stand. Wow, what a shot. He picked that up off of his leg sweetly, and there was no doubt about that. That had 6 written all over it from the time he left his hand, and he went for just that.
This is Tom Banton's strength into the leg side. A little bit like Saqib Mahmood in the first half. A bowler who is under pressure. And I think the batting side know that. Skiddier trajectory. Know that it's going to come onto the bat with pace. They're going to try and utilise that as much as they possibly can. Because Paul Rand, he had a point the ball before, because he was just asking why it was given a wide. He thought it come off the heel of Tom Banton, but actually it didn't. It's nowhere near the heel. It came off the bat.
It was actually a drop catch. That's why they were so concerned. Here comes Smith again, a bowl. This delivers down the leg side. That's a definite wide. I don't think that touched anything. But do you think that the swing of Odean Smith, it was affecting Jason Holder, but there seems to be a propensity for the bowler from this end to just get the ball to be swinging in, and they're not controlling it well?
I just think that the natural angle of Odean Smith and his Saqib Mahmood is exactly the same. Their wrists are more comfortable and more natural going onto off stump and onto leg stump from that angle they're at, rather than Jason Holder has got an action which is an away swinging action. Smith and Saqib Mahmood has got more of an in swinging action, and that's why the wrist position is, and that's why it's just going in all the time.
This one is short, but that had some pace on it. He was looking to pull, didn't time it. Much better delivery there from Odean Smith. He's deceptive at his pace. If you had to describe, as you yourself a top former fast bowler, if you had to describe Odean Smith, how would you describe him as a bowler?
Well, he's not a bowler that's going to challenge the outside edge. He's going to challenge the inside edge, especially in one-day cricket. He's similar trajectory and similar. No, I don't think he's as quick as Darren Gough, but Darren Gough was made for one-day cricket at the end, being able to get that Yorker in.
Smith again bowls, bang on target, just on the line of the middle and off stump. Good pace as well, and you correctly called it.
So the ball's always going to come back into off stump. So what you'll see batsmen look to do is look to open up the leg side and try and hit the leg side comfortably. See there, it's in seam positions, perfect. It's got a little canter towards first slip, but because of his action, and he doesn't come around his body, full rotation of the bowling action.
This one is short and pulled in the air. Chance for catch here. Who's going to take it? Jason Holder does. Wicket for Odean Smith. It was short, but he had pace on it, and when he went to pull, he recognised that it came onto him quicker than he thought, and it ended up just going in the air and out to the short mid-wicket. And Jason Holder, with those big long levers, said thank you very much. England now 40 for 2. Banton caught hold of Bull Smith at 16.
Yeah, catch by Jason Holder. And again, describing before what sort of type of bowler we're talking about, a Darren Gough. Very difficult to pull very difficult to pull. You'd rather cut than pull. Cross-bat shots, not being able to time it that well, and just hurries on to you. And I think that's what Odean Smith has done to Tom Banton there. Just hurried on, got the splice of the bat, it's gone straight up in the air, out towards the edge of the 30-yard circle at mid-wicket. And Jason Holder takes a good catch over the top of his shoulder.
Yeah, it was a good catch. This was also a good breakthrough for the West Indies, and Odean Smith will breathe a sigh of relief too, because he had the ball dropped rather, when it should have been named as a drop catch. It was given a wide, and then he had one that went for a sweet 6. So to pick up a wicket is indeed gold dust, and he's had 7 runs off the over the wicket he'll be happy with. So the new batsman is the captain, Moeen Ali. He's come in with the West Indies, having England 40 for 2 after making 179 for 4. They need 140 more runs from 98 balls. Here comes this delivery again from Smith, and this one is edged and dropped. He's dropped to that first slip. The first ball, it was a quickie, and there was Moeen Ali with his bat lingering, just perhaps looking to guide it down into the slip area, and Jason Holder, who just took an excellent catch, dropped to that first slip.
This is Pearce. Good ball to Moeen Ali. A lot of teams have challenged Moeen Ali in Test match cricket on the back foot. A shorter ball. And Odean Smith just cramped Moeen Ali for room. Ball's bounced. Had a good pace, 138 kilometres an hour. Skiddy trajectory. Hurried Moeen Ali up, and Jason Holder, he'd be disappointed he didn't take that.
Short ball again, and Ali pulls it. And pulls it well. He won't get 4, but he'll get 1. He's off the mark. But let me tell you, Odean Smith, his pace is deceptive. A very interesting over. It had everything. A drop catch, it had a wide, it had a sweet 6, and it had a wicket. 2 drop catches, as a matter of fact. 41 for 2 after 4.
It's all happening here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. It's been a fantastic series so far, and it's what's lined up to be a brilliant end of the series. And that was a fantastic over by Odean Smith. Bowled a wide, got hit for 6, got a wicket, 2 drop catches, 1 over there. Just sums this series up. Now Kieran Pollard's talking to Sheldon Cottrell. Just wonder if again they're going to go down the short ball route again to Moeen Ali. They've got third man down on the boundary, deep square, out, 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
And here comes Cottrell now into both Ali, and Ali's getting perhaps a leg by, turning the ball off the pads into the forward square position. Gregory Brathwaite confirms now, leg by. So 42 for 2.
Seeing pictures of the crowd, the colourful crowd here at the Kensington Oval, and it's fantastic to see. I think this has been the biggest crowd so far. I think they've let a few more people in today for the decider. It's been the biggest crowd we've seen out of the 5 games. They've been in good voice, been well respected. Players took the knee before the game 5 times now, and all 5 times a round of applause that came with that. Makes you proud that you are part of this great game of cricket.
I've actually seen a toy tiger in the crowd as well.
Toy tiger in the crowd as well. So we've had all sorts here over the course of this last week.
It's been fantastic, a fantastic week of cricket. Cottrell now bowls to Vince, and Vince is getting the short ball. He controls the pull shot down to backward square. They get 1. He wants to come back for the second. A better throw, and he would have been in trouble, but it was not the best of throws there from Robin Powell, allowing for 2 runs. Good seeing there by Vince, and England get 2 to go now to 44 for 2. Interestingly enough, Steve Harmison, the Windies were 37 without loss at this stage.
Yeah, the West Indies had a fantastic power play, but I think it was just after the power play that for 7 or 8 overs again, they possibly show Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali a bit too much respect in that middle period, where they lost their way and then went hard again at the end. And that 20 runs, could that 20 runs cost them?
Here he comes again now and bowls to Vince, and Vince is driving, but backward point. Can't score at all there. He's not going to past that man quite easily. Fabian Allen, he's a really good fielder. 44 for 2.
Yeah, there's a bit more pace on that from Sheldon Cottrell. A little follow, 43 kilometres an hour, working up at good speed. James Vince just caught on the crease just a little bit. 2 balls before taking the pace off as the left armour.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and Vince this time is cutting this beautifully. Oh, that was like an architect. What a shot. Placement means everything there with the James Vince. It was a delivery outside the line, the off stump, and there's a backward point, there's a cover, and he put it between both of them and said, fetch that. That's a good shot there from Vince.
Beautiful shot from James Vince. Slower ball again from Sheldon Cottrell. Vince is gone, then waited, held his pose, and then gone again. Just knowing that, timing it through the circle. Beautiful shot there by the boy from Hampshire.
This delivery is again just playing the ball back with a point to Allen. That shot reminded me of Jai Wardener, because Jai Wardener was a kind of batsman that used to put the ball in the gaps, and how he played that shot was just how Mahela Jai Wardener used to come on the front foot and just push the ball into the gap and make you run just to fetch. 1 ball left in over number 5. 48 for 2 as Vince moves to 20. Here comes Cottrell down to bolt him, and this time he is steering the ball down to third man. That's 4 more. This is good cricket from England. Powerplay still has another over to go, but they'll be happy with how this over has gone. 2 fours in it, and after 5 overs in Talksport 2, it's 52 for 2 as we hand you back to Andrew McKenna and Alex Tudor.
Thank you very much, Barry Wilkinson and Steve Harmison. And during his 5-over rest, Barry Wilkinson will be finding out whether the Tiger has been double vaccinated or not. And there's only double vaccinated people who are allowed into the crowd for this one. Well, Alex Tudor, 52 for 2, 1 over of the power play to go. 179 is the score from the West Indies, so it's 128 from 90 balls for England to win this game and the series.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a good start. James Vince looks good. 24 from just 10 balls face. Moeen Ali getting a life. You don't want to be giving a player of his quality of life the way he struck it the other night. 63 from 20 odd balls.
Does it count as 3 lives, bearing in mind that Poran had 3 goes at it and still dropped it? Odean Smith it is to start a new over. Moeen Ali playing a little bit away from his body, guides it to the backward point fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? That sort of leg side one off Banton. He had 3 goes at it. It was Jason Holder who had a couple goes at it, a slip, ball back of a length, just rised, just bounced, and it's an easy catch, really.
Odean Smith in, right arm over the wicket. Moeen Ali plays the little ramp and goes just wide of Jason Holder at slip. It's down to third man for a single. Sheldon Cottrell does the fielding. His heart would have been in his mouth for a moment there. Single taken, 53 for 2. By the way, Gary, our statsman, makes it 8 dropped catches for the West Indies this series, with Jason Holder having 3 of them.
Yeah, you don't really want those stats, do you, when a coach and a captain are looking back at why maybe things went wrong, and you look back at either the extras or you look at drop catches. They're costly, especially depending on the individual you did drop.
What do you learn at school? Catches win matches.
That's correct.
It was true then, and it's still true now. James Vince is the man on strike. 24 from the 10 balls he's faced. Odean Smith bowls. Vince opens the face of the blade, guides it to the backward point boundary, comes back for a second and makes it easily. Beats the throw pretty comfortably. He goes to 26, England 55 for 2.
The one thing with James Vince, he doesn't get ugly runs. Very, very elegant player, and he just seems to have so much time. Macca, as you said, that ball at good pace, but just opening the face in it behind. Backward point, just made it look effortless. Such a talented player. No, people always, Hampshire, known for years, what he can do. But that's why at the international stage you just want him to do extremely well, because he just makes the game look easy when he's on full flow.
Well, someone tweeted in yesterday evening that they were hoping that Vince was going to get a good score because that would advance his claims for the Test match side. And let's be fair, there's a few places up for grabs. Vince waits for Odean Smith. Short ball, and that is still climbing as it gets to Poran behind the stumps, and he's jumping, hands above his head. It's not a wide. There's good pace, there's good carry. That's been measured at 143 kilometres an hour. That is, as they use the phrase nowadays, good wheels.
It's good heat. And he just seems to be hitting that back of a length slightly shorter. And it just seems to be just gathering pace, but also that awkward bounce, because he's not tall in stature. But it just seems to be getting that lift, and that's why it was uncomfortable for Moeen the previous over, and James Vince found that one uncomfortable.
The third ball, 149 officially. This one is a Yorker attempted by Odean Smith. James Vince hits to mid-on, and there is a single taken. 55 for 2 as Vince goes to 27 from his 13. Jared.
149, and last over he bowled one at 132. That isn't his fast ball and his slower ball either. It's just that he has that sort of variance because he's not quite sure what he's doing, which is why the last over was so entertaining, but also a bit crazy. He's still learning. He was a batter until he was about 18, 19, and then he realised he could bowl 90 miles an hour, and silly for him, he gave up the batting for a while.
4 runs from the over. Final ball comes in. It's an edge from Moeen Ali, but it lands well short of Jason Holder at slip. So that's the power play done. 56 for 2. England, to give you the comparison, 58 without loss were the West Indies. So England a couple of runs behind and have lost the 2 wickets, but of course the advantage is that they know the run rate, they know the target. It's always harder when you're the side batting first, but it looks like we got ourselves a good one here, Tutes.
Yeah, we do. And Odean Smith, that's why he's an awkward customer, as Gerald says. If he doesn't know what he's doing, that's why he gets a bit unpredictable. So you can sort of say 3 overs, get away with it, and you know he bowls at good pace, big broad shoulders. If they get him fit, he could have a good 5 years in international cricket.
Right, Kieran Pollard for a bit of his right arm military medium.
Just slightly slower.
Yeah, just slightly. Same size, just slightly slower. In fairness, actually, to Kieran Pollard, he's picked up some decent figures this series. 0 for 11 in the first game, 1 for 32 in the second, 2 for 31 in the third, 1 for 23 last night. In he goes, right arm over to James Vince. It's a slow, lolloping delivery that is wide of off stump, and James Vince hammers it to the cover boundary. There's nowhere the sweeper's coming around there. I'm not going to be disrespectful to Kieran Pollard because he's such a good cricketer, but that ball was asking to be hit for 4, and it got hit for 4.
You won't be disrespectful, Macca, but I will. That was filth. It was what you call, it's not even a throwdown, it was just like a long hop, a loosener.
Some people in the cricket world think it was a throwdown, but let's move away from that one. Kieran Pollard in. It's a shorter ball. James Vince goes on the pull. No timing whatsoever, and it only just makes it to the end of the 30-metre circle. Kieran Pollard's jawing with James Vince as he goes past him, and they're just having a quiet conversation. Now, what's that replay? Was that from the Odean Smith ball in the last over? They're just showing a replay. They put Snicko on it, and there is a feather off the edge of James Vince's bat. Nobody went up.
Missed out on a wicket there.
Oh dear, that won't go down well in the coach's box. Pollard, right arm over the wicket to Moeen Ali, and it's guided to point, and there is no run. And so Odean Smith has just been bowling 149, about 143 kilometres, round about that kind of mark, which is 89 to 86 miles an hour-ish. Kieran Pollard's just bowled that at 113 kilometres an hour, which is about 66 miles an hour, if my quick maths are there. Pollard in, shorter ball, actually does climb a little bit, and Moeen Ali has to ride the bounce and just drops it down as he sows. That one 115 Ks, so a slower ball, but dug in. 61 for 2 it remains for England.
And he can get away with it because he's, 6'4" plus. Gets that bounce, deeply bounce, just surprise mode. And one thing he has done in this series, he has picked up Mo's wicket a couple times.
Moeen Ali waits. Kieran Pollard goes in, swing and a miss from Moeen Ali. It bounces on the second time before it gets to Poran. Poran doesn't take it cleanly. It gets away from him, but not far enough for the batsman to be able to take a bye. So 61 for 2 with one ball of the 7th over still to come.
He does bowl a few of these liquids all sorts. He sort of rolls his hand over it, slower ball like an off cutter. He jumps wide, so he'll run in, he'll jump wide. He bowls the sort of back of the hand one as well. You just don't quite know what you're going to get with Pollard. Bit of repetition as well.
Final ball of the over then, wide of off stump, and Moeen Ali is staying deep in the crease, hammers it to Rothman Powell on the cover sweepers boundary, and they will take a single to complete 7 overs here on Talksport 2. England 62 for 2, James Vince 32 from 15, Moeen Ali 3 from 10. Where are we? Just gone 10:15 this Sunday evening. We've got 13 overs or so of this one. A reminder, of course, later on this evening, over on Talksport, you've got the NFL action. The Rams taking on the 49ers. To get a move on, I might be able to make the start of that one. And then, of course, this is the final game of this T20 series. But in about 5 or 6 weeks' time, the team will reconvene and bring you the test matches. The England side going back to the Caribbean for 3 tests. Selection for that one will happen shortly. Be very interesting, Alex Tudor, about where England go for some of those selections. There'll be a lot of conversations, I would imagine, about who is available, who's not available. What would be nice is if everyone was considered for every test match. We're not picking and choosing so much, but that's probably a conversation for another day. Maybe one for the boys on the Cricket Collective on Tuesday evening. Harmy and Neil Manthorpe. Right, Romario Shepherd is going to bowl his first over of the evening. He's on the thigh pad of Moeen Ali. Come off the thigh pad and down to short fine leg, and they will take a single. Well, it's been given us runs actually, 63 for 2. Looked like it was thigh pad, but the test match series, Antigua, Barbados and Grenada. So I'm sure Harmy and Neil Manthorpe on Tuesday will be pulling apart this T20 series and then looking ahead to the test matches and what will come. Every ball of them, as I say, exclusively live on Talksport and Talksport 2. .63 for 2 England, 180 the target. Alright, what's the delay? Not sure. Vince has finally taken his place and Shepherd is on his way. Right arm over. Vince just plays tip and run really, drops it into the offside. No way that the fielder can get in and stop it, King. So they will take a single, 2 from 2 balls, 64 for 2.
And that's good cricket. It was a good ball, back of a length, that hard length that we're talking about, not giving the batsman room, but being able to get a single off it is very important for the batting side in England, because if he does straight in line, they'll pounce on it.
116 needed for England to win. Short ball goes for the bouncer down the leg side. It will be called a wide. Might have been close actually for a wide either way, either for height or for line, but being down the leg side, it's an automatic wide just about. So the score goes up by 1. England looking to finish the job. They lost the first game, of course, won the second, and here we are at 2 apiece. Romario Shepherd in. Off the back foot is Moeen Ali through the cover ring, and they will take 2 as the sweeper gathers underneath the electronic scoreboard, returns the throw. 67 for 2. It's Odean Smith who's out there on the offside for Moeen Ali. Gets it back in. Moeen Ali moves to 6 for 12. Oh, they're still fiddling around with the field here. Moeen Ali is just waiting. Now he settles in so Shepherd can come in once again. In he goes, wide of the off stump. That was a cutter, hammered into the offside. May as well field on the edge of the circle, and there's no run on this occasion.
Yeah, he felt he picked it, be a little bit disappointed with that, Mo. I think he picked it out the hand, just felt the fielder on the 30-yard circle.
Here comes Shepherd then. Past umpire, and well, that's clubbed into the leg side, down to long on by Moeen Ali. Kieran Pollard will field. And what's that now? 6 off the over, including the wide. 5 balls gone. And Romario Shepherd will probably just take that. The required rate is now above the scoring rate, just for the time being. And it's a bit like what we saw earlier in the West Indies innings, in the fact that they came out of the trap so quickly and were then pared back a bit. Shepherd to finish his over, and James Vince just quite happily playing tip and run. They're going to take one. Didn't quite get it far enough away from the bowler. Shepherd, in his follow-through, is able to get out to mid-wicket, so it's just a single. 7 from the over, 69 for 2, so 111 are needed from the 72 balls that are remaining. And Alex Tudor, the equation is literally equal, because after 8 overs, the West Indies were also 69 for 2.
Yeah, that's right. England, Shepherd will be definitely happy with that over. So Kieran Pollard, he's quite an inexperienced campaigner in this format of the game, especially internationally. And England would look to, put pressure on him. But he's done okay. He's done okay in that first over. As you said, comparison's exactly the same. It's just what they do now. Well, they try and take Pollard down. Vince is looking good, 34 from 17 balls faced.
Well, he's facing Kieran Pollard to bowl the 9th. Again, turned on the onside. They're looking at push and run at the moment and seeing if they can get a couple. They can't get a couple. Fabian Allen is quickly off the boundary, so it will be 1, bringing Moeen Ali on strike. 70 for 2.
Again, the importance of not giving the batsman room. Pollard just using the crease. That's one thing he does do well. Doesn't bowl from the same place. Just tries to change the angle from where the ball is being delivered. Just tucking up Vince there, just able to just shuffle it to the leg side for 1 run.
Pollard was about to come in then, but Pooran is still directing traffic. Moeen Ali is satisfied that everyone stopped moving, so he will now settle in and take his mark, and Pollard is on his way. That one is bowled well across Moeen Ali, but Gregory Brathwaite has decided that is too wide and he will call it, so Pollard will have to bowl it again as the score goes to 71 for 2.
Yeah, just pushed that wide of Mo there. Wasn't going to get away with that, trying to outfox the umpire, but he was not having any of it. Going to have to bowl that one again. And if that ball again that he bowls goes for a boundary, he'll be very disappointed.
So Pollard running in past the umpire. Moeen Ali off the back foot is, well, he's managed to find a gap that didn't look like he was there. Akil Hussain and Sheldon Cottrell are at backward point in short third man. It's gone between the two of them. They've taken it all the way to the boundary before they haul it in, and as a result Moeen Ali will get 3 from that. 74 for 2. He's not hit the ball, he's just opened the face and guided it brilliantly between the two fielders and got 3 for it. What a piece of batting.
He is very pleasing on the IMO. He's not one of these sort of modern day players where he's all big and muscly, but it's all timing and elegance with Moeen Ali, and he does it so easy. As you said, Macca, just opening the face there, guiding it through sort of gully and backward point.
In comes Pollard. James Vince trying to play a similar kind of shot, actually. May as well field at points, and there's no run. Jared.
There's a small chance that Fabian Allen may not bowl, and he also didn't bat. There's a small chance that he's going to get his match fee for fielding, and to be fair, he does field very well. I think they will bowl him, but they have already used 6 bowlers, so he will be the 7th bowler, not to mention that Carl Mays is in this team as well.
Pollard, right arm over. Vince off the back foot, doesn't time a back foot punch. Will take a single to the cover ring. 75 for 2.
I'm not sure what plans they came in with, but Akil Hassan, I assumed they thought was going to be very important in this game. He's in this innings. He's bowled 1 over. Jason Holder is also bowled 1 over. It's going to be a very confusing bowling map when we have a look at the end to see who's bowled, when they bowled, and how it's gone. I don't think they expected Odean Smith to bowl that well. He doesn't usually get power play overs because they're terrified of what might happen. And so they're probably going to want to give him the ball as well. So it's really interesting to see what they do from here.
Kieran Pollard, wider of the crease. He's bowled that one across Moeen Ali as well. He's going to have to bowl that one again. The umpire stretches his arms out. 76 for 2. 2 wides in the over. Well, if Fabian Allen ever played at my club back in the mid-90s, I'll tell you, Fabian Allen would be collecting the boundary flags and collecting the tee money, because that is a proper thanks for coming effort. Darren Bravo had one of those the other day, didn't he? In comes Pollard, wide of off stump. Moeen Ali hammers a drive. Akeal Hussain will field on the edge of the circle, doesn't quite pull it in. It goes a couple of metres away from him, and they're able to take one. But that ball, when it left Moeen Ali's bat, might have felt like 4. So maybe that's a net gain of 3 from a West Indian point of view. 77 for 2 with 1 ball of this 9th over still to be bowled.
Yeah, Pollard got away with one there.
In he comes to the right-handed James Vince. That's a little cutter off break from Kieran Pollard. Vince will drop it into the offside. It will go to Gully, and they will take a single. 78 for 2. 9 runs from the over. Pollard's bowled 2 that have cost 15 now. James Vince 37 from 21. It's really interesting. It feels like James Vince has really played tip and run for the last few overs, but his strike rate is 180. 36 from 20 balls. 21 balls now, with 4 fours and a 6. Moeen Ali is at the other end. He's got 11 from 16. So the equation is that England need 102 from 66 balls. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, we got a game here. James Vince batting quite nicely. When he's not hitting the boundaries, he's rotating the strike really well. Moeen Ali's just starting to sort of get his innings going after getting a life. And if he shows any of that form that he showed last night, then England will get very close to chasing this total.
Well, Odean Smith is going to get a 3rd over. 1 for 13 so far. He's going to be bowling to James Vince. Long on in place if Vince wants to take him on down the ground. In goes Odean Smith, and it's turned through backwards square leg. They take the first one relatively quickly, but Brandon King will do the fielding coming off the rope. So it is just a single. 79 for 2.
Be interesting to see if Mo tries to take him down this over. As you said, Odean Smith has done well so far in his 2 overs. It'll be interesting to see if Mo tries to take him down, put pressure on the young man.
Well, Mo hit 7 sixes yesterday, the most he's ever hit in a T20 innings. The check drive that he put onto the pavilion roof was just a... You'd hang a picture of that on your wall. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right. He's just double checking the field. He's the England skipper. He's got 11 from 16. Odean Smith, big deep breath at the end of his run, and sets off past the bowler. Moeen Ali's gone for the swivel pull. He's got a leading edge. It loops up in the air, and it goes straight back over the wicket-keeper's head, and it's fielded about 4 metres inside the boundary. And Akeal Hussain actually gets the throw away quickly, as Moeen Ali was coming back for a second there, and that might have been interesting if it was a direct hit.
It's persistent in his sort of, not back of the length, the shorter deliveries to Moeen Ali. He's got a top edge over Nicholas Puran's head. He had no chance of taking the catch. Akeal Hussain down that sort of wide fine leg, sweeping in and getting a throw off quite quickly. And it would be interesting, as you said, Macca, if it had got a direct hit.
Odean Smith, and again Moeen Ali swings hard for the leg side, gets an inside edge onto his pad, and the ball just trickles past the stumps, and they will take a single. That ball last night was disappearing to the boundary for 6. It was just fraction off, and that's the difference at this kind of level, both from a bowling point of view and a batting point of view, that it's just the tiniest of margins. The one that does ping off the middle of the bat, or maybe doesn't come off the good wood and loops up into the air, that is the difference. Moeen goes to 14. England 82 for 2. James Vince gives himself a little bit of room to the leg side and beats mid-off as he goes back across. He backs to the leg side, plays the off drive, beats the fielder, and it goes all the way for 4. James Vince has 42 and England 86 for 2.
Yeah, class shot by James Vince. Advancing to the leg side, showing the bowler his stumps, and just caressed him with a check drive past mid-off. Nothing the fielder can do. Elegant shot there by James Vince.
James Vince has just 150 in T20 international cricket. High score of 59. He's got 42 from 23. It's already his highest score against the West Indies. And he's waiting, as Odean Smith is just rubbing his hands on the floor. to dry it off. He's a man who does sweat a bit. Odean Smith, here he is in again. James Vince just trying to drop it into the gully region. May as well field, and there's no run there. 46 from 40 balls these two have put on as England 86 for 2 with 1 ball left of the first half of the innings.
And again, it's all about, can you get out his over? He's gone for 8 so far. 1 for 21. It's been a decent evening for him so far.
Here we go then, final ball of the first half. Odean Smith is in. Oh, there's an edge on that one. It was a short ball, but it's gone downwards and lands a couple of yards short of Nicholas Pooran. And that is the end of the over. 8 coming from it. 1 for 21 from 3 overs for Odean Smith. England at the halfway stage, 86 for 2, Alex Tudor. James Vince has 42 and Moeen Ali 14. If you're to break this innings down into chunks of trying to make 180, are England are they happy with where they are at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, I think so they are, Mac. You've got a guy who's established, you've got Moeen Ali, and we all know what he can do, and then you still got the likes of Livingston to come in, Sam Billings, these guys who can, hit the boundaries. So, England will be happy. As you said, James Vince needs to kick on. I mean, if he finishes sort of 80 not out, and then everyone can bat around him, then obviously England will be very close to chasing this down.
Well, after 10 overs, West Indies 86 for 2. After 10 overs, England 86 for 2. To take you through to the 15 over mark, Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson here on Talksport 2.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a particular stage in the game where you won't believe it, Macca, but West Indies were the exact same score after 10 overs. So it's a deadlock game. Windies were 86 for 2, England are 86 for 2. This is what you call even Stevens. The series is locked at 2 games apiece, and you've got a situation that Vince and Ali have put on a partnership of 46 and have looked really good. So I think it could be a very, very close encounter here, and a very finish that we would want to remember for good well to come. You would want to favour England at this particular stage because they look much more in control. But stranger things have happened. 94 from 60. Technically they shouldn't lose it from here, but anything is possible as Steve Harmison comes. You know, Steve, that in T20 cricket, a couple of quick wickets in the game all of a sudden changes.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, Barry. It's been an interesting passage of play. Really enjoyed Odean Smith, really have. The 3 overs he's bowled quickly, he's bowled aggressively. Did he have a point to prove? There's a story going round. I rubbish that. I think the West Indies management, I think they've got to put him in, take him out, put him in on surfaces where they see fit that he's going to perform at his best in the infancy of his career. He's got to be managed well, but the one thing he has got is extreme pace. Bowling that last over between 143 and 149 kilometres an hour. Startled Moeen Ali, if anything, in the early part of his innings. You've seen Moeen Ali yesterday batted beautifully. Timing was unbelievable. And I think Odean Smith's given a little bit of a hurry up there, which I enjoyed. Like to see. Bowled a nice over, and he bowled a good ball at James Vince, who hit him, used his pace, and it went for 4. But I agree with what you said just a couple of seconds ago. I think this is England's game to lose now. I think the experience they've got now in the middle, played a lot of T20 cricket, as Moeen Ali and James Vince, Livingston, Billings, T20 franchise cricket to come. I think it's a very, very good surface. I think West Indies need England to make a mistake, I think, to get them back into this game.
So Jason Hall is going to take up the attack from the Joe Garner end, or the 3W stand end, as he comes in now and bowls to Ali, and Ali's hitting this in the air, and it's out caught. That's the breakthrough they wanted. Caught at cover by Kyle Mears. Jason Holder, before his home crowd, he's the man with the local opinion and the local knowledge, and he's got the wicket that they wanted. 86 for 3 now. Is this the turning point and the breakthrough the Windies wanted?
There's your mistake, Barry Wilkinson. There's your mistake. Slower ball, which is just sat in the pitch. James Vince has played that shot 3 times in this series so far and got out exactly the same way. This time it's Moeen Ali. Ball sat in the pitch, literally could have hit it anywhere from Bridgetown to Hull Town. And unfortunately, I think it's the big left-handed Kyle Myers, an extra cover, who takes a catch and sends the West Indies crowd, well, they're just starting to pick up now, because I think they sensed at the drinks break that England were in the box seats.
Yeah, Holder will feel reprieved as well, because remember he dropped it when he was on knocked. The second ball that Ali faced, he got a good short ball that he did negotiate well, and Holder dropped him that slip. So Holder would feel good that he only made 14 and he was able to pick up the wicket.
Yeah, not only did he drop him, he bowled the first over for 17, which Jason Holder's standards in this series was not like the former West Indian captain. Liam Livingstone comes to the crease. He's due as Liam Livingstone. He hasn't really got going in this series so far, more with the ball than he has with the bat. He's struggling from illness. Strength hasn't been 100%.
So here comes Holder now and bowls to Livingstone, and Livingstone is off the mark straight away, just turning the face open and guiding the ball down to the third man for a single. So he's off the mark, and it's 87 now for 3. How do you rate Jason Holder as a bowler? How do you compare him to the top fast bowlers now in world cricket?
Yeah, I think he's a good bowler. He's somebody who challenges the outside edge. TV just a second earlier talking to Ian Bishop about Odean Smith and how he challenges differs from somebody like Odean Smith.
Holder comes in now and bowls to Vince, and Vince is turning the ball to short fine leg for another single. I'm just thinking, should that be a single there to short fine leg?
No, that's Sheldon Cottrell should be in on one day. He should stop that. But I think Jason Holder, Odean Smith, Sheldon Cottrell, the seam bowlers that are out here at this moment in time, there's a lot of West Indian seam bowlers who are skiddier through the air trajectory, where Holder gets bounce, not as quick but bounce.
He comes in again now, bowls to Livingstone, and Livingstone is on driving. They might push for 2 here. The ball goes up to deep mid wicket. Fabian Allen is quite quickly onto it, and there is no run. Fabian Allen has not bowled as yet. Hussain 1 for 10 from 1. Cottrell none for 15 from 2. Smith 1 for 21 from 3. Pollard none for 15 from 2, and Holder in his second 1 for 20. So we've had 5 bowlers, but we haven't seen Fabian Allen yet. Perhaps the captain will bring him at the death. Here comes Holder in again to bowl to Vince, and this time Vince is driving beautifully but straight to the field at long off for 1.
It's a nice shot.
England 90 for 3 then. 90 more needed from 55 balls to win this game. Livingstone on strike. 2 from 2. Final ball of this Jason Holder over. Rolls it right arm over. It's a slower ball dug in, and Liam Livingstone, well, he's sort of guided it round to very fine leg. Jason Holder was very interested for a moment because he thought it was going to just loop up to Nicholas Pooran, but it's wide of the wicketkeeper and goes away for 4. 94 for 3, so 86 are needed from 54 balls, Alex Tudor.
Yes, that slow ball bouncer that he's brought into his armoury is Jason Holder, and he's just sort of guided it, isn't it? It's not, probably hit it where he wanted to, but as you say, what we said in the first innings when West Indies batting, just look in the book, it says 4, and 4 valuable runs coming at the back end of the over as well, so it gives you impetus. As you say, Vince 44 off 27, and said Liam Livingstone getting going, and we all know what he can do once he's in full flow. No boundary is big enough once he starts putting back to ball.
Well, Barry Wilkinson was frustrated we haven't seen the spin of Fabian Allen yet. We've got spin. It's Akil Hussain though. He bowled the first over of the innings, 1 for 10. And he's now going to bowl the 12th. James Vince on strike, 44 from 27 balls. 86 needed from 54 for England. Win the match and the series. Left arm around the wicket goes Akeal Hussain. There's shorter and wider actually, and Vince is able to hit it hard out to the cover sweeper, but it will be just a single because Rovman Powell collects and gets it back in the air pretty quickly, so it is just one. And closing in on 100. They're in the 12th over. Here comes Akeal Hussain. Left arm around. Oh, Livingston's got up and underneath this and hit it straight to backward point, and he's out caught. It's a remarkable celebration from Akeal Hussain. He's impersonating an old man walking with a walking stick. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. What I do know is that Liam Livingstone has come and gone. He got a ball that he pretty much could have hit anywhere. He's gone to hit it hard, and he's hit it straight to Odean Smith, and he's caught at backward point, and England lose another wicket. 95 for 4 as Livingstone goes for 6 from 4 balls. 85 needed from 52 to win now.
Yeah, massive wicket for West Indies to get Liam Livingstone. He wasn't obviously able to get going, because when he does, we know how dangerous he is. And you know, the sort of shot was there, but the execution was very poor, and he sort of held out to Odean Smith, a sort of, as you say, backward point on the 30-yard circle, and he'll be really, really disappointed. But as you say, Akeal Hussain with his celebration there, Macca. I mean, less said about it, the best. I mean, I don't have no idea what's all that about, but obviously it's got to be an in-house joke, I suppose. As you said, it brings Sam Billings to the wicket, and an opportunity for him now to stake a claim, as he always seems to be doing when he's playing in this England team.
Shall we build this one up even more to maybe some tension? There have been 14 T20 international series that have consisted of 5 games. 9 have gone to a deciding game. Only 1 has ever gone to a deciding game that's finished with a super over as a result of a tie. What do you reckon? Shall we have one this evening? Akeal Hussain is going to go in and bowl to Sam Billings. He pushes to long off and will take a singling, go to 96 for 4. 84 are needed from 51 balls. So although 84 from 51, that's a manageable target in modern day T20 cricket. The concern will be the 4 wickets down. Roy, Banton, Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone all dismissed already. James Vince 45
round him, and maybe, you know, he's still got Phil Salt to come in, Chris Jordan and Adil Rashid, and then after that you haven't really got much with Reece Topley.
Hussain then around the wickets, swung hard by Vince to the leg side. That's his 50. Jason Holder will retrieve it, but Vince goes to 50 from 30 deliveries, 51 not out. That is his 6th 4-1-6 and James Vince, well, that's his 2nd T20 international 50. As I mentioned earlier, his high score is 59. England want him to go much, much further in this innings. They're 102 for 4 with 1 ball left of the 12th over. Again, very wide of off stump from Akeal Hussain. Vince hits this hard and gets another 4. Curran Pollard can't stop it. Curran Pollard's furious with himself. He's just destroyed the boundary foam and threatened to punch the living daylights out of one of them. But it's another boundary. 55 for James Vince. He's got that from 31 balls. 74 more runs to win from England for the remaining 48 balls. Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson will talk you through them.
James Vince is special to me. I think that he times the ball sweetly. He's got his quick arms. I think he is the T20 cricketer that you just gotta love. I just wish he was more consistent, and I'm just wondering, like that tweet we saw earlier, Steve Harmison, have we finally seen the consistency that we've been asking for from James Vince?
Well, we'll only know that the more times we pick him. Has he got better? Has he viewed the technical flaws that he had in the longer format of the game, driving on the up, chasing the wide ball, playing outside off stump? I don't think we'll know that until we pick him again. The one thing about the England cricket team in the red ball game is that they're leaving positions open because of how poorly they've played in recent times. So he might get another chance. He's certainly more experienced. He's a better player for the experience of being out the side.
No.
First delivery from Fabian Allen. He's finally on to the attack. And that first one was just pitched just on the line, the all stump to play backward a point. No run there to Nikhil Hussain at backward point. Here comes Allen in again and bowls to Billings. And Billings is driving pleasantly out to extra cover. One, come back for the second. A good throw. He could be in trouble, but it's a very wide and wayward throw there from Jason Holder, allowing 2 runs. This game is on a knife's edge. This is what the series is coming down to. Locked 2-all, and they need 72 more England from 46 balls. This is going to be a cracker. Jacker, put your seatbelt on because you can expect a very close finish. Here comes Allen now into bowl to Billings, and Billings is again edging down to third man. I'm not sure he'll get 4. He'll get a couple for sure. Pull back just about now. They'll come back for the second, and Sheldon Cottrell's doing the fielding, and 2 more runs. But the runs are coming. The West Indies would need, I think, Steve, to bowl England out if they had to lose this.
I think Sam Billings has come in and been very busy, run well to get James Vince on strike.
Things happening, guys.
2 nice shots down the ground, a bit streaky that one. Edge.
Short, cut away. There's a fielder down there, Odin Smith. And they'll just get a single. 111. Nelson is in full effect in over number 13. 1-1-1 for 4. Did he believe in that kind of superstition? It was 1-1-1?
No.
I thought not. England are ahead as this delivery comes down the pitch, plays it straight to the backward point area. Still no run there for him. Vince 55 from 32, 7 sweetly timed 4s and 1-6. Billings 6 from 5. Hussain 2 overs for 22, picked up 2 wickets as well. Allen again bowls just in the line of the all stump, very well bowled, plays, misses, taken by the keeper to end the 13th, where England needing 69 more from 42 balls, or 111 for 4.
James Vince just trying to hit that too hard. The superstition of 1-1-1 brings me back to my early days of not just first class cricket, and Tudes will, I'm sure, have his own story of David Shepherd, the great David Shepherd. I think it was England-Australia 2005 one-day international, where he finished at the Oval, gave him a guard of honour going off, and he was the one that 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 3-3-3. If you've seen it at 4-4-4 or 5-5-5, you've had a bad day in the field as a bowler. But he'd be hop, skipping, dancing, and he'd be desperate for you to get a run, because I think that was the most exercise Shep got in the latter part of his umpiring career. But great man.
Indeed he is. Here comes Hussain now and bowls to Billings, and Billings is tailing away, giving himself some room and playing the ball out to the cover area, and just 112 then for 4. Vince 55, Billings 7.
And it's been good from Sam Billings. He's turned the strike over every chance he can to James Vince, and he's scrambled back for 2 whenever James Vince has been on strike, keeping the scoreboard going over, not wanting to get into a little hole like the West Indies did.
This one is short, punched away straight to the field at cover, and there's no run there for him. David Shepherd, of course, should have died a decade ago, 2009. More than a decade now. Here he comes in again. Hussain and bowls, and this delivery, he's hitting this in the air. This is a mishit. This is a chance for catch to deep mid wicket. Catch taken there by Fabian Allen. Akil Hussain, the man who has taken wickets every time you put the ball in his hand. He had a wicket in his first over, a wicket in his second over, and actually he's got 3 all told. He's got 2 wickets in this over, and that's another one for England they're in a bit of a trouble now at 112 for 5.
James Vince will be disappointed with that. It was in the slot for the slog sweep that James Vince decided he was going to attempt, dragged it from outside off stump, didn't get anywhere near as much as what he would like to have gotten. It's a very good innings by the Hampshire captain, 55 off 35 balls, but unfortunately for England, it's a recognised batsman at the crease who has to go. Fabian Allen held on, bounced out of his hand for a split second, but managed to grab it at the second attempt. Good bowling by Akeal Hussain, good pressure by the West Indies, and as Phil Salt walks out to bat, an over short of what Rovman Powell did in the first innings. I feel Phil Salt is going to play an innings like Rovman Powell for England to win this match.
Well, let's see what he does. It's going to be interesting, very, very interesting. Hussain, 3 for 23. He's been the man with the golden arm. Here he comes down to bowl his first ball to Salt, and this time Salt gets a short ball, and just Billings rather gets a short ball and times it into the offside for 1 to just take the total to 113 for 5. The equation 67 from 38. What's your gut feeling?
I still think England are well in the game. I think 10.58 and over in modern terms is not out of reach, nowhere at all. England would like to have been 1 less wicket, possibly 2 less wickets down, and then could have been comfortable, but I think the wicket column is what makes it dangerous for England. I still think England have got enough if they bat 20 overs to win the match.
Here comes Hussain now and bowls at this delivery. Salt is on the front foot, he plays it defensively, and there's no run. There's 1 ball left on over number 14, and as a white dove continues to flutter and fly over the ground. Now he flies away. We'll often see them at this time, 5 to 7 local time. I guess he's now heading home. Perhaps dropped in to watch a bit of cricket first. As Salt is ready, so too is Hussain, and Salt was ready, Hussain wasn't. He came in, stopped, and then aborted his run. So it's the left arm spin of Hussain with the short third man, a backward point to sweep extra cover, long off, long on. Mid wicket on the boundary, back to square the boundary in a short fine leg. Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is hitting it out to the long off area. He gets 1. They'll come back for the second. No, they won't. This is good fielding. And just 1 run. Staying in the game, there is the West Indies. And 14 overs gone here on Talksport 2. There's 114 for 5. Salt 1, Billings 8. England needs 66 more from 36.
Good over by Akeal Hussain, 25 off 3. Earth he was doing there, Phil Salt just tried to turn it into the leg side. Got a leading edge over the bowler. But the equation is 11 runs and over. Sam Billings, Phil Salt not accustomed to being in at number 7. T20 career has been up at the top, so unfamiliar territory for Phil Salt, but Sam Billings, familiar territory with Jordan and probably Rashid to come.
It's going to be Allen, so he's got left arm spin from both ends. This one is turned into the mid-wicket area. Fabian Allen, Mr. Superman, is very, very quick. He comes from a place of speed, from Kingston, Jamaica. Good friends with Usain Bolt, so something must have rubbed off. And he feels his own bowling and stopped what could have been 2. He just gets 115 then for 5. Billings is on 8. Salt has 2. As he's ready again. He goes back to his mark and turns and comes in again and bowls to Billings. And Billings is driving. This time out to the mid-wicket area for another single.
Not only is he fast between the wickets, he's fast between deliveries as well. England are obviously trying to regroup and rebuild. It's quite a good little combination here, Akeal Hussain and Fabian Allen. But to sort of sneaking over in under the radar because of the amount of time it takes between overs.
This delivery, he swings and misses Salt. That was very close to the off stump. Fabian Allen knew it was close. He was holding his head. I just have to say that should have been a wicket.
How was that missed off stump? How on earth is that missed off stump? Skidded on.
Short, cut away, single again, straight to Owen Smith, that sweeper position. Another one takes it to 117 then for 5 and 0 15.
That's better from Phil Salt. Early in the innings, played straight. Playing too much across the line. Give yourself a chance.
Here he comes in again and bowls. He comes down the pitch and just turns the ball to forward square. They get one. They're going to come back for the second. This is very good cricket here from England. They recognise that Rodman Powell was not in a position to pick up and throw. Brandon King was helping him, but I think they realise, look, we can take 2 here, because by the time he gets down and throws, we'll be safely in for the second run, and that's so true. 119 for 5, 61 for 31.
Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. I thought it was excellent batting and excellent judgment from Sam Billings. He got the ball about 10 yards outside the 30-metre circle. Unfortunately for Fabian Allen, he has overstepped. No ball. 2 balls to go in the over. Just wonder if this is the spark that lights the touch paper for England to go. Sam Billings comes down, runs down the wicket, hits this for 6 or 4. Could just ignite England into gear. I'm not sure what the umpire's doing here. The umpire's standing. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on. He's rescinded that no ball.
What's going on? So they were saying it was a no ball. Now they're saying it's not a no ball. Let's see how crucial that could turn out to be. So it's not a no ball. Good thing it wasn't. Well taken there by the keeper. He was trying to force the ball off the back foot to end the over. 119 for 5 after 15 on Talksport 2. Billings 11, Salt's got 3 as we hand it back to Andrew McKenna and Alex Stewart.
Thank you, boys. Well, it's now more than 2 a ball. 61 from 30 is the equation. 119 for 5. Salt 3 from 5. Billings 11 from 10. Game on. Series on. Really has slowed down in the last 2 or 3 overs. West Indies putting the brakes on. England need to find some momentum again. About to start the 16th, and it will be Akeal Hussain bowling his final over. Salt has come down the pitch, missed it, and he's stumped by 2 yards. Akeal Hussain has another, and England are 6 down for 119. Salt goes for 3 from 6 deliveries, and England now need to make 61 more runs from 30 balls with 4 wickets standing.
Yeah, he's missed that by a country mile. Filthy shot. His top hands come off the bat there, Macca, and he's missed it. Nicholas Perrin, who's not had a great day behind the stumps today, wasn't going to miss that. And Phil Salt has to depart for 3 runs off 6 balls faced. 119 for 6.
Well, we've seen Chris Jordan already in this series have a significant input with the bat. He's walking out to the crease. Chris Jordan making 28 from 23 balls in the first game. He followed that up with 27 from 15 in the second. England need something of that order from him this evening. They also need Sam Billings, the set batsman, to go on. 11 from 10 Billings has. England made to chase 180 to win this game. England made a change, just one change to the team today. Tamal Mills out, Saqib Mahmood in, so the batting lineup remained as was. And here comes Jordan then, first ball facing Akeal Hussain, round the wicket. Oh, it's turn and bounce, and Jordan's playing that to the leg side. It takes the outside edge and goes down to short third man on the bounce. But that was a genuine turn and bounce delivery from a left arm spinner. Whoa.
Yeah, and he fired that in as well. Macca's not giving it any air. He's fired that in. He's got good purchase.
Akeal Hussain is in. Jordan back deep in his crease, pushes into the offside. Dean Smith will field single taken. 120 for 6, 60 needed from 27. Jared.
Shoots, the tactics here are kind of all over the place, right? We expected Fabian Allen to bowl probably earlier on, maybe even in the power play, but certainly just after the power play. they didn't really go to their spinners at all. They stretched it out. Odean Smith and Kieran Pollard bowling in the middle. And now, at the death, they're using their spinners.
The fourth ball of the over. Reverse attempted by Sam Billings. Misses. 120 for 6. It remains.
Do you think that's Kieran Pollard saying that spin's going to be hard? As long as we can get through it, we can get them behind with a little in the middle overs, because that happens naturally. We get them behind, then when the spinners come on, they're dead.
Akil Hussain coming past the umpire. Left arm around. It's deep in the crease, Sam Billings. He's tried an uppercut and just clears the fielder at backward point. Mario Shepherd will go back towards the wide third man boundary, picking up a couple. Odean Smith it was. The fielder couldn't quite climb the ladder enough. Billings gets underneath it and just got enough to clear the man on the edge of the circle, and England take 2.
Yeah, spinners on both sides have caused problems tonight. Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid and Livingston for England. And Akil Hassan now is 4 for 28, 1 ball left. He's been terrific for the West Indies here tonight.
58 from 25's now the equation. Hussain goes in. Billings hits hard off the back foot into the covers. Will go out to the sweeper. You heard the cry straight away of 2, and England will come back taking 2. So that's 16 gone. 56 more from 24 balls is what England need. 124 for 6. And just to give you an idea, England now haven't hit a boundary since the last ball of the 12th over, and wicket to wicket, England lost 4 for 33 in 31 balls. Jared.
That period's really important. So they bowled 1 over of spin in the first 10 overs, which was Akil Hussain the first over. Jason Holder bowls the 11th over, Macca. Akil Hussain comes on for the 12th over. Then he bowls in tandem with Fabian Allen all the way through here. When he came on, they needed 9.55 runs and over, and it's now 13.91 runs and over. That's not the kind of tactic you would usually expect. They've now got their part-timer Fabian Allen bowling deep into the death, and it's all because I think Kieran Pollard might have played a bit of a blinder here. He knew that England were going to gear back a little bit in those middle overs, so he didn't waste his spinners on it.
Akil Hussain finishes with 4 for 30 from his 4 overs. Fabian Allen will continue the left arm spin around the wicket to Chris Jordan, hit hard to long off. Jason Holder will do the fielding. 1 taken, 125 for 6, 55 needed from 23 now.
And that's why you have to be flexible as a captain. You can't be on any given day, on any different type of wicket. You just got to go with your gut feeling, and that's his gut feeling here tonight. He knew that his spinners were going to be very hard to get after, and it's been shown the case so far.
Down the pitch comes Billings. He's hacking at this one to long on. Pollard will field in front of the 3W stand. It's just a single. 54 needed from 22 balls. Getting to the stage is now almost 2.5 a ball for England. Jordan on strike, 126 for 6. Fabian Allen in. Jordan off the back foot. Bottom hand comes through. Mayers fields at extra cover on the edge of the circle. No run taken. 54 from 21.
Keep going,
this is not the game I was expecting earlier on. We were talking about 200 plays 200. This game has completely changed. It's a low scoring nipper at the moment. Fabian Allen in. Chris Jordan takes him on the pads as he's trying to get it down to fine leg. It will be a leg by. Just the single. 127 for 6.
I think that's just going with his experience as well. He's played a lot of franchise cricket as Kieran Pollard, and he will probably read the situation extremely well. Wise head there, leading his troops well.
Fabian Allen in. Billings hits him across the line, and it's a 1 bounce 4. It will land only a metre inside the rope, down at wide long on, and it'll skip on into the players' pavilion, and England get a much needed boundary. They need a few more of those, but Sam Billings most definitely has the ability, and that 4 keeps England in this over.
That's his go-to shot. He plays that better than most.
131 for 6, 49 needed from 19 balls. Fabian Allen, left arm around. Billings goes across his stumps, sweeps hard. It goes down to backward square leg. where King will field on the boundary, and it's just a single. Billings is frustrated because he thinks he's missed out on one there. However, it does mean that Sam Billings is on strike first ball of the next over. So it's kind of like the good news, bad news joke kind of thing. Yes, he's disappointed for missing out, but he is on strike. And England, end of the 17th, 132 for 6. Here on Talksport 2, England need 48 more from 18 deliveries to win this game and the series. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, if England will win this game, they need Sam Billings to face more balls than not. Well, I was saying previously, his hitting zones are sort of from long on, deep mid-wicket, to deep square, to sort of short fine leg, where he plays that sort of scoop shot. That's his go-to shot. When he's looking for a boundary, that's the shot he goes to. And sort of West Indies will need to sort of stay out of that area. But they've got a lot to do. Odin Smith has been really good tonight. He very rarely bowls his 4 overs, but he's definitely going to be bowling that tonight. So let's see what happens.
He's got the 18th. It's his final over. He's got 1 for 21 so far. Billings on strike. 48 needed for England. It's a slower ball. Dug in, and it's gone down the leg side, and it's a wide. England will take any which way at the moment. 47 from 18.
That's Odin Smith's first slower ball tonight, and it's gone for a wide. That's really where he needs to develop a little bit. Not that he can't bowl wides when he's bowling on pace as well. He has that ability, but he does struggle with the slower balls.
So 18 balls still to go. 47 needed. Odin Smith goes in. It's down the leg side. Billings has held this on his way. That's all the way over backwards square leg, and that's a 6 into the swimming pool that's on the beach set up down there in the party stand. Well, is Sam Billings starting his own party? 27 from 17 he's got. That 6 makes it 41 needed from 17 balls.
I'm too sure. It looked like it was another type of a slower ball, looked like a knuckle of ball or something. Anyway, it wasn't a great delivery, and Sam Billings has picked that up. It's say, come to my side, and he dispatched that over deep square leg. Fantastic shot. And I was going to say, when he bowled that extra delivery, if the next ball goes for a boundary, the rest of his overs under pressure. We'll see what this young man's about. Wide first ball, next ball 6, 5 balls left. Macca 41 needed from 17 balls. We got a game on here.
It's only his 8th T20 international. 25 years of age. And as Jared has told us, a relative convert to bowling. Doesn't have a huge bank of experience to fall back on. Now this is interesting. He's going to go around the wicket to Sam Billings. Billings goes further across his subs, aims a huge one, gets a massive top edge, gone high into the sky, and it drops a foot inside the boundary, and they will take 2, and Mayers doesn't lay a hand on that one, gets it back in. That looked like being 6 or out for a minute. It went miles into the sky, but had the nuff on it. Mayers running back. Maybe should have done better than that. Looking at it over his shoulder, it's 2 though. 39 needed from 16.
Yeah, it looked like he was running a little bit of treacle there. He got the old sort of short steps going on. First thing you say to a fielder is, when you're underneath it, is get there as fast as you can, and then you look up and then set yourself. He didn't do that.
Billings has 29 from 18 balls. Odin Smith goes around the wicket. Slower ball, well bowled. He's completely deceived Billings on that occasion. Billings has swung through that one. It was at 62 miles an hour, that one. It's an off break. And that one he got absolutely correct, Jared.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Jude. He slowed his arm down and everything for that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He just totally outfoxed Sam Billings there. Sam Billings, I didn't even know you had that in the locker.
He's going to go around the wicket for this one. That's on pace. Billings hits hard into the leg side. Billings puts it over the leg side. That is nearly an incredible catch by Fabian Allen out there on the mid-wicket boundary. He's got up with Michael Jordan-esque hang time, gets his hand on the ball and almost completes the catch, but can't flick it back onto the playing surface, and it goes for 6. It went 78 metres. If it was 77 metres, Fabian Allen's completing the catch. He's landed on the back of his neck with his backside pointing at the moon. It's an incredible effort by Fabian Allen, but it is 6, and 33 are needed from 14 now for England. Odion Smith goes in. Billings gets one outside of off-stump, hits to long off. Kyron Pollard won't make any mistakes, and he doesn't. He gets it back in. It's a single. It's 148 for 6, Alex Tudor.
I mean, the last 5 or so years, we've seen some ridiculous things from fielders around the world. And I mean, if he would just save that, not even if he had taken the catch, just to save it, with the way he was, as you said, landed on the back of his neck, bum in the air. It was a fantastic effort from Fabian Allen, but England won't mind. It was 6, and Sam Billings is motoring along, 36 from 21 balls faced.
32 from 13, final ball of the over. Chris Jordan hits hard into the leg side, no fielder out near that one, and it's a one bounce 4. The England 150 is up, 152 for 6. The end of 18 overs. England need 28 from 12. It's still alive. Odion Smith takes his cap. He's frustrated. That's his evening done, and he's finished with 1 for 41 from his 4 overs, but the 4th of those has gone for 20. And how significant is that?
I mean, that's why this game is so brilliant. It can be frustrating as a bowler. You know, you bowl your 3 overs, you've done really well, and then that last over, first ball was a wide, so you're always up against it. The next ball goes for a 6, and Sam Billings kicks on, and then Chris Jordan joins the party, puts him under pressure, he goes for 20. They now need 28 from 12. Fantastic here.
We've been talking a lot about England's death bowling in this series so far. The West Indies don't have it worked out either. Sheldon Cottrell's coming on. They're probably going to have to use Jason Holder at the other end. They've been using Romario Shepherd, who's barely done it in his whole career. These are not frontline death bowlers, and they can go. The biggest problem, though, is that Cottrell and Holder probably are still smart enough to take a couple of wickets, and I'm not sure England can really withstand the wickets. The hitting is fine. The wickets are going to cause a big problem.
Here we go then for the 19th. Billings on strike. Cottrell left arm over. Billings hits this hard to Mayers, the fielder on the edge of the offside circle, and it's only a single. Billings go to 37 from 22, and England go to 153 for 6. They're trying to get to 180. There are 11 balls left, 27 runs are needed.
Boundary now. And we get interested.
By the way, before that ball, England were 6 runs ahead of the West Indies at the comparative point, but were 2 wickets further down. Hang on a minute. We've got a West Indian fielder leaving the field. And that's Mayers. If anyone, I would have thought it would be Fabian Allen coming down on his neck, but he's leaving the field with the physio.
Do you want my fun fact on the physio?
Oh, yes.
You know what it is. He
away.
used to be the Cuban cricket captain. So when the Alan Stanford they had a cricket team in Cuba, and he was the captain. There you go. How many times have I pulled that story out, Macca?
Got it in. Well done, mate. Right. Replacement made. Chris Jordan steps back in. Right-handed batsman. Got 6 from 6. Faces the left arm over seam. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery from Cottrell. Landing it right on the crease line. Jordan tries to swing it through the offside. Can't. No run. 27 needed from 10.
Yeah, that's good bowling. As you said, Cottrell, he's got that left arm. He's a little bit slingy, but he's got a bit of pace on him. 138 kilometres, that one. Getting under Chris Jordan's bat. Fantastic bowling. Second ball dot. This third ball's a dot. England under pressure. Need a boundary.
It's 3 runs a ball for England, so there's going to have to be some boundaries. Chris Jordan is heaving this one into the leg side from Cottrell. Fabian Allen comes off the boundary. Chris Jordan says no. Billings was offering to come back for a second. Jordan says no. We wouldn't have made it there. It's 1. Jordan 7. England 154 for 6. 26 needed from 9 here on Talksport 2.
That was Billings' call, but the reason Jordan said no is because he knew it was hit to Fabian Allen, and there's just maybe he would have been run out by metres. I mean, he wouldn't have even got close. Jude's last over. Do you go Jason Holder, or do you give the ball to Fabian Allen?
Oh, that's a good question.
Cottrell comes in, left arm over. Billings is outside of off stump, I think. Is taking him on the pad as he swings it into the leg side. They've taken one leg by. Cottrell's going to go and pick it up himself. Throws a pretty ordinary throw as he chucks it in. They've taken 2 leg buys. Now the question is, are they going to review it? Surely they've got to at this stage of the game. I think that's missing leg stump. I'm just putting that out there. That was my gut feel.
I thought it was missing off stuff. He fell over. He fell over back up.
I tell you, after the other day when we saw, I think it was King, when one came back from Reece Topley, and you could see all 3 stumps, and it was saying just shaving. So it's umpire. I reckon it's going to go to umpire's call. No, it's not. It's not done enough. It's not done enough. It's
so
not
we
come
have
back enough.
reviewed it, and we can see all 3 stumps, and the point of impact is outside of off stump.
Flat line as the ball passes the bat is a flat line. I'm satisfied, no bat was involved. Could you move into ball tracking?
Well, as we can see the base of off stump and the ball is outside of that.
Let's wait on ball tracking.
Once
gentlemen.
we get the ball tracking, this should be fairly quick.
Ball tracking building.
The computer is currently building the ball tracking.
Still waiting on ball tracking, gentlemen.
Let's just get a bloke with a biro and a piece of paper and draw it and hold it up.
I mean,
I think we all know.
Unless that camera angle is not straight in front, which
just waiting.
It might not
just
be
waiting.
exactly.
Ball tracking.
Here we go. We finally
up.
got it.
Impact outside. I'm satisfied. Could you go back to Greg on field, please? Greg, you'll keep your original decision. You're on field. Signal now, please.
And it is officially not out. So it's 2 leg buys. 24 are needed from 8 balls for England. Billings on strike. Cottrell waits at the end of his mark. Now he's on his way. Comes past umpire Brathwaite and bowls. Oh, it's a full toss! That'll be a no ball. Billings has hit it into the leg side. They're going to take 1. Are they coming back for second on the Rodman Powell throw? Yes, they are, and they get back for 2. So they've got 2. They've got the no ball, and more importantly, the helicopter signal's coming out, which means this one is a free hit. It was a very high, chest-high full toss from Sheldon Cottrell. Now, we did see one of these in the England innings when West Indies were batting, and their batsman actually left the free hit, which was a bit of a novelty. I don't think Sam Billings will be leaving this one.
It was off Sakib, wasn't it? Sakib bowled 140 odd kilometres an hour. That was very high. Sometimes, you know, with the dew now, playing probably the sweaty palms off the pressure situation, just getting it wrong.
21 from 8, so he can't be out unless he's run out on this one. And Billings swings at this one hard, and he misses it. He's gone for the leg side. He swings through it, and it's a dot ball. England need 21 from 7. Cottrell bowls a beauty of a cutter. It's 3 a ball for England for the final 7 deliveries to win.
But going back to your previous question, John, who am I going to bowl? I possibly would go Jason Holder.
Yeah.
Possibly.
I mean, it seems the right decision. I just feel that they couldn't hit the spin. That's true. The only. If it wasn't a part-timer, I would certainly go with the spinner. But because it's a part-timer, I'm just not sure. But I mean, Holder's not a great death bowler either.
Well, let's get this one finished first. Cottrell, final ball of his evening. Billings hits this hard down to long off. 1 bounce to Jason Holder, and it will be just 1. And Jason Holder fields it, throws it back in, and runs after it. So it looks like Jason Holder will be bowling. It's 160 for 6. England need 20 from 6 balls. Billings is on strike. 40 from 26. If you think 20 off 6 balls sounds a lot, well, the West Indies got 19 earlier because they were 160 for 4 at this stage. England 160 for 6.
Pretty sure I once attended a West Indies-England game where roughly the same was needed off the last over, and Carlos Brathwaite seemed to be okay with it. Macca?
Yeah.
And it is Holder.
Just a reminder that if England get 19, we are into super over territory.
Not going to get to see your NFL at the start of the NFL game, are you, Macca?
Do you know what? I quite like to do a super over, if I'm being entirely honest, so it'd be good to know, good to see. Right, so Jason Holder has bowled 2 overs that have cost 25. Billings has got 40 from 26. He is on strike. And we've got a problem because the sight screen down beneath the commentary boxes has still got the sponsor's logo on. Right, that's now been turned around.
I like to think that Holder was going to come in anyway, and he knew.
Well, he did. He was starting, and then Billings backed away. Right then, here we go. Game on. 20 from 6. Holder running in. Full toss outside of off stump. Billings tugs this one down to long on. Fabian Allen fields, and it's just a single. Billings gets to the non-striker's end and hammers his bat into his pad in frustration. 1 makes it 1-6-1 for 6. 19 are needed from 5 balls.
He's got away with that, I reckon.
Yep. Like full toss.
I'm just thinking, I'm thinking of players that hit into out.
Hang on. Umpire Dugan is signalling no ball. And a free hit to follow. Jason Holder has bowled a no ball. He's overstepped. So there are still 6 balls to be bowled, and he's over. There's no disguising it. We're looking at the replay. No problem there. You've just got to keep your feet behind the line.
You shouldn't even be close, Mac. At last over 20 to win, you've got to make sure. It's like I used to do it a lot in my career. It's like at the back end of my career, I learned about how not to bowl no balls. It's criminal now for these guys to be bowling no balls.
18 from 6. Jordan on strike. Gives himself a little bit of room, and he's backed away, and he can't reach this one from Jason Holder, but it's not a wide. It's very, very well bowled, and it's a dot ball into the book. 18 from 5.
It's brilliantly bowled, don't get me wrong, but he has left that again in the end. And we have now seen that twice and a play and miss. I think we're getting more dot balls at our free hits than we are on our regular balls. It's crazy. Yeah, surely, Truth, you just have to swing your bat at that. If you get an edge, it goes past third man for 4.
18 from 5. Here comes Holder then. It's a lowish full toss. Jordan gets it into the leg side. Does it have enough? No! Caught on the boundary. Hayden Walsh Jr., the 12th man, is on and takes the catch. Jordan goes for 7. It's 162 for 7. England need 18 from 4 balls. I'm presuming that they've crossed. I'll be honest, I wasn't looking at the time because obviously following the ball out to the boundary, it's only a metre or so short away from being 6. Wow. 18 from 4 balls. Jordan goes for 7 from 10.
That needed to go. Macca, he got it. Low piece of back. Sort of when he hit it, I knew he didn't quite get it as he wanted. It should have gone. If that would have gone, sheesh. I now think they're in trouble.
Jason Holder's gone wide full toss, no ball. Wide ball that he got away with on the free hit because it was left, and another full toss that's caught it deep with wicket. I want to talk about something else as well. Very good move by the West Indies. They have Kyron Pollard at long off, they have Fabian Allen at long on, and suddenly someone's injured, and Hayden Walsh Jr., who I think is the best fielder in the world, is at deep mid-wicket. He didn't have to do anything that time, but I tell you what, if you're trying to slog one at the moment, you've got a very tall guy and 2 of the quickest fielders you will ever see in your life out on the leg side boundary. That's very clever cricket.
Adil Rashid is the new man. He's at the non-striker's end because they did cross. So Billings is on strike. 18 needed from 4. As the Manic Street Preachers would say, everything must go. Holder in. Billings hits hard into the leg side. He's got plenty of that one. That is high, but not far enough. He's gone. And Hayden Walsh Jr. has taken 2 catches in 2 balls. And England are struggling now because it's 18 needed from 3. It's 162 for 8, and Billings goes for 41 from 28 balls, and Jason Holder is on a hat-trick, and there are 3 balls left of the innings.
Super sub.
It had the height, just didn't have the length. Again, he's gone for his go-to short, that sort of slog sweep, and he was never going to drop that, was he? Safe pair of hands, as Gerard said earlier, the ball before. Fantastic fielder, covers the ground very well, and Sam Billings departs for 41 off 28 balls faced. Live here on Talksport 2.
I don't know if Macca can get any more excited, but just to let you know, Jason Holder is on a hat trick.
18 needed from 3. So all 3 have to go for 6. If Jason Holder takes another one, he's got himself a hat-trick. Be interesting to see if Rashid holds out to Hayden Walsh Jr. and they get 3 in 3 that way. Here we go then, on the hat-trick. It goes in. What? Adil Rashid is hitting out towards Hayden Walsh Jr., who's underneath it. He takes the catch. Catch taken, hat-trick for Jason Holder. 162 for 9. Rashid had to swing. He had to swing hard. He goes for a first ball. And that should be that for the West Indies, because it's 18 needed from 2 deliveries. Jason Holder has a hat-trick. He took 4 for 7 earlier in the series. He's got 4 for 27 this evening. And those 3 deliveries rip the heart out of England and will mean the West Indies will be victorious in this 5-match series. What an incredible finish to this game.
That's why we love it, Macca. That's why we love it. It has absolutely everything. To be fair, they're not great balls, and to be fair, they should be all gone. But in this game T20, it doesn't matter. And he's got a hat-trick. You look in the book, it doesn't say how they got out. All it says is wicket, wicket, wicket. What a series he's had with the ball. Leading wicket taker, Jason Holder. And he's won not just this game for the West Indies, but also the series 3-2.
Holder comes in, and Topley is bowled first ball. The bail has come off. Topley doesn't understand what's happened. Holder's got 4 in 4, and the game is over. There's still some confusion as to what's going on, but Jason Holder's delivered the ball, and the bail has come off, and that's out. What an incredible end to a game of cricket.
I understand your confusion. I was trying to tell you it was bowled, but I think me and Nicholas Piram are the only 2 people in the world that happened to see the bail fall up. No one else did. Everyone else was following the ball, because it looks like he's just got an inside edge down back through his legs for 4. Somehow that has just nicked the leg stump. And as you're right, it wasn't Topley, was it? It was Saqib Mahmood.
It's Mahmood. And he's actually he's standing there thinking he's about to get 4 runs. He knows he's inside edged it, but didn't know it had clipped off the stumps. So Holder bowls Saqib Mahmood. The West Indies win, and Jason Holder finishes with 4 wickets in 4 balls, and the series is over just like that. It's an incredible finish. There are huge smiles on the faces of the West Indian players, no more than Jason Holder, who I'm pretty sure will be named the player of the match for that incredible performance in that final over. Well, at the start of the over, it was still possible for England to win. A no ball, boundaries, and then 4 wickets in 4 balls. And Saqib Mahmood is bowled by Jason Holder as the West Indies are victorious in this. England bowled out for 162. So the West Indies win by 17 runs. England bowled out with a ball to spare. Alex Tudor, sum all that one up for me.
Oh, I'm just trying to get my breath back, Macca. That's unbelievable. What a way to finish the game. This is why we love the game. It gives you absolutely everything. Emotion. You know, England trying to win. No ball, first ball. He then bowls a dot ball, a very good wide Yorker. Chris Jordan, a low full toss, holds out to deep mid-wicket. Sam Billings then gets out. Adil Rashid out first ball. And then Saqib Mahmood has played on. He's dragged one onto leg stump. And Jason Holder finishes with 4 in 4. No trouble at all, skipper, I've got you. I can bowl at the death, don't you worry. And he won't only just be man of the match, I would have thought, and man of the series, possibly with the amount of wickets he's taken. Leading wicket take, he's been brilliant.
5 for 27 this evening, 2 overs and 5 balls. Earlier on in the first match, he took 4 for 7, 5 for 27 in this match. The following on podcast will be coming up in the next few minutes, where we'll round up all of the action and get some reaction from the camps as well. But what an incredible finish to a game of cricket. West Indies won the toss, elected to bat, so they put 179 for 4 on the board. England have been bowled out for 162. James Vince made 55, Sam Billings 41, Moeen Ali 14, Tom Banton 16, the only members of the England side to make double figures in that innings. For the bowling figures for the West Indies, Akil Hussain 4 for 30 from 4 overs, Jason Holder 5 for 27 from 2 overs and 5 balls, Odean Smith 1 for 41, the other wicket taker. Remarkable stuff. An incredible finish, and the West Indies are victorious in this series. Don't forget, of course, that the Test Match series is coming your way in about 6 weeks' time. England will head back out to the Caribbean for 3 Test matches. Every ball of those games will be live on Talksport and Talksport 2 once again coming your way. I tell you what, if it's half as dramatic as this T20 series, we're going to be in for some great fun, so enjoy that. The West Indian players are doing a lap of honour around the Kensington Oval. They've got some flags to wave and celebrate with the supporters, and they're happy because they've won it 3-2 here on Talksport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talksport 2.
Hello and welcome to the Following On podcast from Talksport 2 as we look back on the 5th and final T20 international of the series between the West Indies and England. And what do they say about saving the best till last? Not necessarily the highest scoring game of this series so far, but certainly the most dramatic. The West Indies won the toss and decided to bat. The first time in this series that a captain had decided to do that. They put 179 for 4 on the board. Brandon King 34, Carl Mayers 31, Romario Shepherd promoted up the order to try and speed things along, made 6, Nicholas Pooran 21, Kyron Pollard finished 41 not out from 25 balls, Rovman Powell 35 from 17 as the West Indies made 179 for 4, as I say. The 2 wickets to England spinners, Adil Rashid 2 for 17 from 4, Liam Livingston 2 for 17 from 3. So 180 the target for England, 9 and over from their 20 overs, but they were bowled out for 162. James Vince stopped scoring with 55 from 35, 7 fours and 1 6 for him. Sam Billings 41 from 28, 1 4 and 2 sixes for him. Tom Banton making 16, Moeen Ali 14. They were the only men able to make double figures. The wicket takers for the West Indies, well, Jason Holder 5 for 27 in 2 overs and 5 balls. Akil Hussain 4 for 30. Odean Smith 1 for 41, the other wicket taker. Jason Holder finishing the match with 4 wickets in 4 balls. So the West Indies win the match and win the series 3-2. Alex Tudor, what a remarkable game of cricket. What a remarkable series.
Yeah, it's been a great series, contested all the way down to the end. Kept us at the edge of our seats, even at the end there. Really fantastic. We saw 2 sides of a game, as in regards of West Indies came out extremely quickly. We were thinking at one stage they're going to get 200 plus. But again, the spinners, Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid and Liam Livingston putting a stop to that, and then they go again at the back end with Kieran Pollard and Rovman Powell. I mean, some brutality at the end there with some 6 hitting was unbelievable. And then England come out and they get off to a decent start, but then, you know, Akil Hussain comes on and puts a stop to that. 4 good wickets, bowled extremely well. Wicket was holding up. Sam Billings gave us a little bit of a life, and we felt that he was going to bat deep, but then at the end there, Jason Holder leading wicket taker of the series. He's been absolutely brilliant. 5 for 27 tonight and finishing with 4 in 4. What a finish. A hat-trick. We've seen it all here on Talksport 2, haven't we, Macca?
Absolutely. Well, he becomes the 4th bowler in T20 internationals to take 4 in 4. Lateef Malinga, Rashid Khan and Curtis Camphor are the other 3. So Jason Holder joins them. Barry Wilkinson, our West Indian commentator, is joining us. Well, I'm just looking at the far side, down by the Players' Pavilion. It's named the Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion, and Sir Garfield himself is just having a conversation with Jason Holder, and rightly so. Barry, what a performance from Jason Holder.
This was a man that was made a reserve for the Cricket World Cup last year, only to get in the side because someone got injured. His performance the day before that they picked the team was 4 for 27 versus Pakistan, and they didn't think he was good enough to play in a World Cup for the Windies. Jason Holder is by far the best right now for the West Indies in terms of his all-round ability in the region. And it's just hard to understand and fathom at times why this man is not given more of an opportunity when called upon. Look, 5 today for 27. He got 3 the other night. I think he has a good person for a man of the series, because when you look at his performance, perhaps his batting didn't come on, but his bowling has been spot on. I said to you before a ball was bowled that this was the best 11 that the West Indies had, and I proved myself right, because I think if they stick to this team, they stick to this squad, Windies cricket can rise again in T20s.
Well, Jason Holder's taken 15 in the series now. As you mentioned, he started with that 4 for 7 last Saturday, and he finishes up with a 5 for. Do you think that maybe will end the debate about Jason Holder's position in this team, or will that be something that will be forever discussed, do you reckon?
It should. Once he's fit, once he's available, Jason Holder is one of the very few that can play in every format for the West Indies. Test, T20s and 50 over. It's about managing him now. Managing him, his workload, and not overworking him so he gives you his best when called upon in the situations that are demanding. You look at what the West Indies have engagements coming up. They've got 3 games in 350 over games in India, followed by 3 T20s. You don't have to play him in all. I would perhaps rest him for those 350 overs and keep him with the 3 T20s, because you've got, of course, the Test series in March. So you don't want to tire him out, because he's going to be again a critical member for the West Indies in that Test series come March. And then the IPL, I expect him to get another big IPL contract. This performance here will definitely seal the deal with him getting a big IPL contract.
Well, absolutely. The secret of life and everything is timing, isn't it? It's not a bad thing to do just before the IPL auction. Right, let's hear Moeen Ali speaking with Mark Butcher at the presentation.
Yeah, I thought West Indies were the better team, particularly tonight, and overall I thought we didn't adapt that well to these conditions, but we played some good cricket, and we obviously fell short, but it was a very good series.
Third time in the series that you've shipped over 70 runs in the last 5 overs. You had control of the game through the middle period, as you've done in many occasions in the series so far, but at the end it slipped away from you again. Yeah, it is something obviously we're working on, but I actually thought today we didn't bowl too bad. They played some amazing shots towards the end, and Powell in particular was fantastic again. But it's just one of those things where we're obviously trying to work on it and trying to find solutions, and we will get better as time goes on, and someone like Joff and guys like that come back as well. Tell us about conditions in the run chase. Nobody's chased down any of the totals beyond the first game, which was only 103. It got a little bit more difficult once the ball got older out of the power play. Yeah, it seems to be that way. I thought the new ball obviously comes on nicer, and then when it gets older. But I thought they were very smart, and I think that was the difference between the two teams. I thought batting and bowling, they were smarter than us today. But again, it was a great series and great spectacle for everybody. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously, we didn't win, so it's a bit disappointing. Reflecting on the series as a whole, then, where are the players who have done themselves no end of good? I think overall it's been a great learning. I think these conditions we really struggle on. Generally, we're good on obviously flat wickets and stuff like that, but these are the conditions we want to get better on going forward. And it's been great. I mean, it's good to see the younger guys come in and put some performances. I thought
Toppers in particular was fantastic with the new ball, and Rash throughout the series was fantastic.
About yourself, I mean, you had a terrific game yesterday. You've had to captain the side. You wouldn't have been expecting that at the beginning. I'm guessing you've enjoyed it, and is it something that you would be keen to do going forward if Owen struggled to get back to fitness?
I do enjoy it. It is great fun, and it's good to be involved. But obviously, there's Joss as well, who's a fantastic captain, and he's got a brilliant cricket head, and he's a guy who normally takes over from Owen when he's not playing. So I don't really think about those things. I do enjoy it, and it's great fun.
Okay, Mo, thanks for talking to us. Commiserations about tonight. Thank you very much for the entertainment to you and the England team. Could I now invite the CWI player of the match, Jason Holder, local boy. You were battling with Akil Hussain there, but I think 4 and 4 in the last over just pipped it for you.
Yeah, a classic finish, man. Probably wasn't the best of starts by myself, but for me, I always try to stay in the game. You never know how this game could go. Last night was a topsy-turvy feeling for me as well, too, starting well and not being able to finish. So it's the opposite, the total opposite today. Not starting well today and being able to close the game out well.
They're always bowling the final over. I know in the modern game, batting teams never feel as though they're out of it. You had 20 to defend. You start off with a no ball. The heart rate must have gone up a little bit at that point.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed with the no ball, man. I pride myself on being disciplined. It's not the best start to the last over, but I think the beauty about the over is the way I composed myself and came back after the no ball. To get the dot ball in the next ball, I thought was really, really crucial. So I had to deliver my best ball in that instance. And I was really, really pleased. They had to go at it. They had wickets in hand. So I guess nothing to lose on their part, but all to gain on mine.
After you took the first wicket, you ran pointing at your captain, Karen Pollard, down there at long off. What was all that about?
Look, I was just being pumped up for the moment. I just had to be in the game. I love playing here at Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval for me is the best place to play cricket in the world. We've got the best fans. I want to thank the English fans as well for coming out. Travelling down here in their numbers as usual, and it always brings a really good atmosphere. The atmosphere is electrifying, and hopefully there's a start of good things in the air, and hopefully the fans will come out and enjoy some more cricket in the summer.
Okay, I've got a funny feeling I might be talking to you again in a moment. So for now, the CWI player of the match is Jason Holder. Take your $500 check and don't go too far. If I could just ask...
Mark Butcher speaking with Jason Holder there. So the player of the match, Jason Holder, in this final game. I've seen Carlos Brathwaite on social media has already renamed the ground the Jason Holder Oval. Might be a little bit premature. Let's hear from Karen Pollard, who's now speaking with Mark Butcher as well.
It felt good then, right? You've come in for a bit of flack yourself and the management group. It's not easy being captain of these islands. So that must feel wonderful for you.
It's wonderful. Thank the Almighty for giving us this victory. But having said that, I think every single one in that dressing room there, we rallied together throughout everything. Every time we won a game, there was something negative against us, but we came out today, and the guys really, really rallied. So well done to every single one inside of you and all the supporters who supported us.
There were often, there were stories in the newspapers this week that there'd been some sort of falling out. But then we see you at the end there, all together, enjoying the moment. It doesn't look like this is a team that's fighting with each other.
As we say before, empty vessels make the most noise. The guys have worked tirelessly, after coming from Jamaica. Our heads were down, and, we had conversations in the dressing room on how we want to play the cricket, and I thought the guys bounced back, pretty well. So, for us, we have to focus on what we need to focus on, and which is the cricket, and I think the guys are putting their head down, the understanding what we want to do, what we want to achieve, as a team, and you saw the results tonight. Yes, it's one series, but, we have been on the losing end of a lot of series and a lot of games, and you have to take this one. So the guys need the opportunity to just free up themselves and enjoy themselves for a couple of days.
Talk to us about this game specifically. Obviously, it's a winner-take-all knockout game. You changed tactics. You decided you wanted to bat first. I, for one, I was sitting there in the dressing room thinking, wow, are they going too slowly through the middle here? Have they got enough runs in the end? But in the end, you've timed it perfectly. You made just enough runs, and you've put on what I would say is probably the best performance for you guys as a team of the entire series.
Again, I said this was virtually a final, and when you play finals, when you bat first and you put runs on the board, sometimes whatever score you get, 10 to 15 runs in addition to, because that's what the pressure is all about. We got off to a good start. We have been getting good starts, and we have been, messing it up in the middle. We tried to keep the impetus going by sending Romario. Obviously, it didn't work, but in cricket you have to consolidate a bit. And we know in the last 4 overs we can't capitalize. guys. Yes, they bowled well, last night, but today was a different day. And Powell came in, gave us that impetus, and we tried to finish off the game. And I thought 179 psychologically, that's 189 runs and over. 2 good overs, the run rate is up to 10. And the way the guys came out, Akil, we changed tactics again, not bowling Sheldon the first over. We get in that early wicket, and right through the innings, Moeen batting in the middle, kept our spinners back a bit. But as soon as we got that left-hander, that was our opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to point out any other names specifically from your dressing room, but it's been a really good series for some of the guys who are trying to make their way and stay in this West Indies team.
Yeah, of course. I thought Brandon, I think he had a great series at the top of the order. Jason Holder, the wickets, like he said, this is his tongue, this is his ground, you can't keep him down here. Akil Hossain, coming in, doing well. Odin Smith coming in after everything that has been said and bowling, 3 good overs, there. I thought it was a total team effort. I thought everyone rallied at some point in time. Nicholas Puran, was consistent right throughout, the series. And again, total team effort from us. The guys really, really worked hard, and thank God, we came out on the victorious end.
Okay, well, I can see you're very, very pumped up and very proud to be standing there as winners of this Betway series. Could I ask you now to lay your hands on that trophy, if you've got one spare, and just give it a lift to the West Indian supporters before we speak to the player of the series?
So Kieran Pollard lifts the trophy and takes the applause of the supporters. What you couldn't see while he was speaking with Mark Butcher there, when he was talking about the headlines and the stories and congratulations to his teammates and saying thank you to them, he had a stump in his right hand and he was pointing at the dressing room using that stump. I mean, it was a very, very powerful image. Kieran Pollard is clearly quite annoyed about some of the stuff that they've obviously had to go through this week, the West Indies. Barry Wilkinson, our West Indian commentator, has been listening to that as well. I mean, that was a very, very strong image there, Barry. Kieran Pollard, you could tell by the way he was waving that stump around, that wasn't just a comment to the people listening on the TV. That was a statement for the cricketing world, wasn't it?
I'm pretty glad that I'm up here and not down there, because I might have got hit with that stump the way he was waving it. But you're right, that was a message being sent to someone. And look, we spoke about the talk about victimization. We spoke about the talk of so-called persons not getting the opportunities that they think they should be getting in the team, and there was some unrest and Weeper getting involved. We saw a statement from Weeper that we heard that there was a meeting supposed to be had on Friday. It was postponed because they didn't want to interrupt the series. Some things have been happening. We're not quite sure how serious they are, how deep-rooted that they have been, but we know that there was some talk and there was some unrest. And what we saw here tonight, though, they put that behind them, and they showed that they had the maturity to play with, even if these things are in the air, to play with the sort of professionalism required to win. And this is why I'm happy for the team, because, look, during the World Cup, that was the wrong side that went to the World Cup. I can't overemphasize that enough. The West Indies had to start rebuilding. And this is the team, this is the squad to rebuild. And the reason why they've got results here is because this is the side that will take them forward. The one that went to the World Cup endured 2016, and that was it. They didn't show the form, performance, and fitness and commitment after that. I'm not quite sure why they really prolonged with those members into 2021. But I'm happy for them. They've did very well. Kieran Pollard has led the team in good fashion, and we are now seeing a new brand of West Indies cricketers, and we hope that can continue for 2022 and beyond.
Well, I have to say, Barry, I hope they're allowed to enjoy this, because, of course, the problem, and it's a problem in inverted commas here, 7 days' time, the West Indies squad are going to be in Ahmedabad starting the one-day international series against India. So I hope they actually get to have a day or so at least that they can actually properly enjoy this series and celebrate what was a really, really good win before they can then have to get back down to business.
Yeah, they leave on Tuesday, I think. So they have 1 day. They can sleep late tonight. They can party, celebrate all night. Well, at least at midnight, because there's still a curfew in effect in Barbados. I think the Prime Minister might give them a little reprieve if she sees them jump into the streets. But no, seriously, they leave on Tuesday. They head to India. They arrive in India on Thursday. And the series starts, I think, on Sunday. So they've got very little time, if any. And it's back to business. This time next week, they'll be playing all across the continent in India. The cricket doesn't stop. It's really 24/7, because after that series, they're back here for the Test series, and then it's IPL. So look, we've got a lot of cricket to play. They still might have to qualify for the Cricket World Cup as yet, so don't get too excited. They still have to win some cricket games. This series win is a big fillip for them in the rankings. They were rated number 10 before this series. The points here they get should take them to at least number 7, so hopefully that will serve them quite well.
Barry, thank you very much for the time being. Delighted to say that James Vince, the England batsman, is now joining us here on Talksport 2. James, thank you very much for joining us. Can you just give us, first of all, the feeling inside the dressing room of the disappointment of coming up so close in this final game?
Yeah, obviously, lads are a bit down having lost the series, but played some good cricket throughout. I think all the games are very even. And tonight, obviously, we weren't quite able to get over the line. But I think both innings followed similar patterns. Both teams got off to decent starts, and it became a bit harder in the middle. They obviously scored heavily at the back end. We got caught on that short side a few times at the end. If a few of them go over, we probably win the game. So, as we know, a game with fine margins. But yeah, lads are disappointed right now.
How did you feel after the West Indies innings? Because the way they went off, I mean, it was like a train. You're probably thinking, well, this could easily be a 200 score. Then England fight back in that middle. And myself and Alex Tudor on commentary are saying, well, actually, 160 would be a decent effort from here. They end up with 180. Setting you 180 with 179 for 4. So how did you feel after that sort of first 20 overs of the innings?
Yeah, I think, although we played at the same ground for 5 games, every wicket's been slightly different, and the wind blows quite strongly here, and whether you're one side or the other, it actually plays quite differently. So as I say, both sides got off to a good start, but yeah, from the way we dragged it back, obviously they took some momentum into that second innings with a strong finish they had, but then we got off to a quick start, kept the rate below 10 for majority of the innings, and then it became harder. The ball gripped in a bit more. One of those wickets where if you get in and they miss, you can capitalise. If people bowl well on it, and they took the pace off well, the spinners bowled well, it became quite tough. So as I said, small margins. The power they showed at the end, I think that was the difference in the end.
Absolutely. Look, it's been an interesting week or so for England, because obviously, only Sam Billings from the players who are in Australia because of the COVID situation and all that. So it was a newish group, a newish coaching group as well. Paul Collingwood in charge of this one. It wasn't an easy tour by any manner of means, but the side acquitted themselves very well, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's, in a few hours, once, that immediate hit of losing the game in the series wears off, as you say, some guys have come in, and I think there was 3 debuts throughout the series. Guys like myself that have, played a few games over a number of years, but never really had a run of games in T20 cricket. So, obviously missing some key players. So, yeah, for the guys to, stay in touching distance and get so close to winning the series, I think it's a, testament to the guys here. And I think it's been spoken about before, the strength in depth, in white ball cricket in England. So, something more to the coaching staff over a number of years. They've always tried to sort of flood new players. I think, again, it's, in that point of view, it's been a good experience for some guys here.
Obviously, 5 or 6 weeks' time, England go back to the Caribbean for the test matches, 3 test matches. We don't yet know what the squad will be. Maybe some changes from the group that went to Australia for the Ashes. Your name is obviously continually linked with test match squads. Do you think you got a chance of being in that? Have you had any indication from the England management whether you could feature in that?
No indication whatsoever. I think there's some sort of meeting or something post-series here. So, there's always speculation, particularly after a series defeat. But I'm actually going on to play in the PSL for a few weeks, and then, as it stands, have a bit of time off before the English summer. So, unless I hear otherwise, that's my plan.
James, safe travels. Thank you very much for joining us here on Talksport 2, and our thanks to the rest of the squad as well for a fantastic series. Unfortunately, England not able to be victorious in it, but there was some fabulous cricket played over the last week.
Thank you.
James Vince joining us here on Talksport 2. Steve Harmison with us as well. Well, Harmy, we can get our breath back. We've come to the end of a truly remarkable series, and if you told me we would finish it, we'd take the final match of the final of the series down to the final over, and we'd end up with Jason Holder or at least a bowler taking 4 wickets in 4 to clinch it, you might have thought that we'd be making this stuff up and thinking, well, who writes those kind of scripts? But that's exactly what we've had.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, Macca. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been a joy to be out here witnessing what has been on offer. I think some of the players, they've done themselves some good. Some of the players have... Maybe they'll go away and have a think about where they need to go better and learn. I think it's been a great advert, again, like I said last night, for the game of T20. Anybody that wants to criticise, because we've had all in all, from a results point of view, we haven't had the greatest of winter when you look at red ball and white ball. But don't criticise this lot, really don't. This has been a wonderful series. This has been two teams who power, I think skill level and also composure at the right time has been ebb and flow. It's gone back and forward. I think it's been a fantastic advert for the game. Played in the right spirit, played in the right way. And I think England can come out of this with a whole heap of credit. Got to remember, we've got, and I don't really want to go on to the sort of any excuses whatsoever, because I think the West Indies have gone. It should all be about the West Indies. This really should. It should all be about how well they've played, how well they have performed. England have come over on a fact-finding mission. I think we found out quite a few things. Have Paul Collingwood, Marcus Trescothick, Anthony McGrath, who's got the team out here. Some positive, some negative. But I think all in all, what they have contributed is two teams going hard at each other in a fantastic series, which has gone down to the last over, because we've got to remember as well, I've just had a disagreement with Mark Butcher on man of the match. Butch wanted Akeal Hussain. I said Jason Holder. I thought Akeal Hussain bowled beautifully, but at the point of 19th over, the West Indies got 19 off the last over. 160 was the score, and England were 160, needing 20 to win. So for me, Jason Holder getting 4 wickets and 4 balls just shaded it. So I just thought it was a fantastic series.
By the way, where are we on this one? Because I've seen the phrase on social media doing the rounds, double hat-trick. Now, for me, a hat-trick is 3 in 3. So a double hat-trick has got to be 6 in 6, hasn't it? I mean, you can't suddenly call 4 in 4 a double hat-trick, because he's not done the same thing twice. I mean, Harmy, you've had a few wickets in your time. Would you be calling 4 in 4 a double hat-trick?
I'm 4 in 4, Macca. 4 in 4s. What a great achievement that is. I'm not bothered whether anybody's calling it a double hat trick or not. I've got 4 wickets in 4. I don't think Jason Holder minds what you call it. It was a special achievement by. We've just heard him speak of a special individual, because not only is he a fantastic cricketer, he's a very, very good man. Somebody who speaks well in the game. And I think 4 hat tricks I had in my career. Never got 4 in 4. But yeah, look, you can say double hat trick, 4 in 4. You can say what you want. It was a special last over.
Double hat trick is a phrase we use in Australia. It's the only cricket country I'm aware that uses it, and it doesn't make any sense, but we love it.
Right, so it's wrong then, if it's Australian. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. If I'd known that...
Very good, Macca, very good.
Well, there you go. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have gone down that particular wormhole. Right, there we go then. So James Vince has just told us, Harmy, that apparently there's a meeting probably taking place tomorrow with the England management with regard to a test match squad selection. Obviously, the England team come back out in 6 weeks or so's time. Talksport 2 bringing you the exclusive commentary of that one. Could any of this squad be there? Could James Vince be making the trip back and not going to the PSL as he thinks at the moment?
Quite possibly. You've done me a little bit there, Macca. Put me thinking cap on. I think you could pick 16, 17 names. Well, you could pick 13 names, I think, out of a hat to come along with the likes of Joe Root and 1 or 2 other senior players that have done well in Australia, and I think the rest might be looking over their shoulders. Anybody that's in here now, Sam Billings will probably come. I think that would be wrong just to move him out of the side after what he went through to get to Australia to make his international debut. Whether he plays or not, I think the jury's still out on that one with Ben Foakes. I don't think Josh Butler going to be fit? That's going to be a question. My question is, what management is making these decisions? Because there'll be a lot of talk in the cricket cricket world, especially from an English point of view, on who and how are we making these decisions. So I think there's a lot to be discussed in that meeting, and I don't think it'll go 2 hours, 3 hours like a normal selection meeting goes. I think this might be a huge turning point in English cricket, because I think they've got to have a look at what happened in Australia. They've got to evaluate on the whole setup and the whole remit of where we are in our cricket at the minute, because in red ball cricket we are at rock bottom, and we have got to come out and go forward, a little bit like what we've just seen from the West Indies. Yes, they got criticised, and rightly so. They were poor against Ireland, but as Karen Pollard just said, you stick with these guys, stick with the coach, stick with the message, and we'll go forward. There'll be a few bumps in the road. I think England are at that point now in the red ball game that what we do over the next week or so to get to that final 16, 17-man squad should be the turning point. It should be a base of going forward. And if we have a couple of bumps in the road, right, we're going to stick with these guys. And that is, for me, is what should be happening after the Ashes.
Harmy, thank you very much. As always, the last week's been absolutely brilliant. Barry Wilkinson as well. And indeed, thank you to all the commentators and summarisers who've been with us for this series. I'll keep reminding you the Test Match series is coming your way in March as England head back to the West Indies for 3 Test matches. I can also tell you we are going to have the West Indies trip to India for those 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20s covered exclusively on Talksport 2 as well. So plenty more cricket coming up. We know the West Indies will be getting on the plane in 48 hours' time for that series, so we'll have exclusive coverage of that series for you as well. But the West Indies have been victorious in the 5 T20 series against England. It went down to the final over of the final match. But the West Indies had a very tall man, stand up and make a huge impact as the West Indies were victorious.
It's a lowish full toss. Jordan gets it into the leg side. Does it have enough? No! Caught on the boundary. Hayden Walsh Jr., the 12th man, is on and takes the catch. Jordan goes for 7. It's 162 for 7. England need 18 from 4 balls. Holder in. Billings hits hard. It's